Oh, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Muzzle is Off podcast after dark. I am your host, Nakia Monet, and we got a dynamic panel with us today. Some people are still joining because it's Friday night, so we always run late, right? It's all right though, but we still gonna continue on with our discussion about sex, love, lust, and lies. All right. So on our panel tonight, we got Nakata, we got Gail. We got Jamel.
What's up,
We
y'all?
got, see, thank you, Jamel, telling the people what's up. We got Quill. Quill don't want to say, nobody else want to say what's up. That's okay, though. But we got a panel. We got some more people that are coming. And we just going to truly just get into this because I just think that it's important that we begin to free ourselves and that we really begin to really talk about sex, love, lust, and lies. Because everybody can say that they have experienced some form of sex, unless you're a virgin. I'm not saying that you might have thought about it, you might not have experienced it. The thoughts might have crossed your mind about the time and place in which you will experience it. But others of us that are not virgins, we have experienced sex, we have experienced some form of lust, we have experienced some form of love, we have experienced some form of lies, right? So I just think that it's imperative that we begin to unpack this stuff. So what I really want to start off with is a question. And I think the question that I really want to lead this off with is as it pertains to especially social media, right? We in the social media age. Everybody, and we've been in quarantine, we've been in a pandemic for 2020. I feel like 2020 has lasted about 6 years thus far, but it hasn't. It's only been, a good 9 months going on 10 months of 2020. And for only the first 2.5 of those months were we free. And for the remaining months, we've been in quarantine, right? So most of the people that are basically single have had a lot of interaction through what? Social media. Through what? Online dating. Through what? Somebody up in your DM, somebody up in your inbox. So I really want to open this up to the panel and want to ask, especially the men, because I know us women, we get a lot of unwarranted inboxes and DMs. But for y'all men, do y'all get the same thing? Like, do y'all get unwarranted and unwanted inboxes from females? Like, I want to know that. And I want to know how y'all feel. Like, what do y'all say? Especially if the woman is really not up to, your standard or whatever. Do you just completely turn them away? Do you just like ghost them? Do you just like, because I know for me, I know how to like look at a message without you knowing that I read it and then I just delete it. Do y'all do that?
Uh, sometimes, but most of the times, no. I feel like for me personally, whether a woman is up to my standard that I would date or not, I still count it as a compliment because nobody has to find me attractive. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that we're gonna actually be doing anything or going anywhere on any dates or nothing like that. But I've been hit up in my inbox a few times. Sometimes I don't answer because I know some of these women are cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the truth of the matter. I've had too many experiences with stalker situations, and so I'm like, for some reason, I have a tendency to attract uh, what they call crazy.
Oh, so
So
you attract the crazy.
I think I do. I think I do.
Uh-huh. Because you
You know,
might offer a certain level of calm, so you attract the crazy.
yeah, I mean that's what healing does. Healing always attracts wounded. So
Y'all, I hope y'all heard him. He said he attract the crazy because he needs to heal the wounds. I just heard it. I'm just
oh
letting
no,
y'all know.
no. I don't need to heal the wound.
I'm just saying. I'm just
No
saying.
way.
I'm telling you what we heard. That might not be what you said, but that's what we heard. I'm just trying to put that out there. What I heard was you attract the crazy because healing. Ain't that what he said, ladies? What did he say? Okay, that's all I'm
Don't
trying to say. I'm trying to say
don't
what you said.
don't let Kia David caress y'all, Jim Jones y'all. No way, I did not say that at all.
He said because he's healing. That's what he said. Because he's healing.
You know,
Crazy.
Yeah, people
comes.
usually people who are in the healing process or people who are healers, like they usually attract people who are wounded because people are attracted to that level of living, that level of wholeness, that level they see what they want to be and what they want to be a part of. So they easily are attracted to that. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
didn't say it wasn't. I was just saying because listen, healer, wounded.
hey, hey, I am a doctor. I'm a doctor, so that's what I do. You
See, and y'all sitting up here trying to act like I'm hearing what I'm hearing, but I know I heard what I heard. How about that?
that's not that's
How about that? How about that? Okay. Quill. I know Quill get crazy inboxes.
Yo,
Don't you get crazy inboxes? Do you respond to the crazy though?
yo, so I get inboxes all the time, just about every day. But now that I'm of age, I don't even respond to it because it's unnecessary drama. So if it's not about like money, working, I don't be beat.
So you're not responding to the crazy.
Nah, I don't got time for it.
What? Quill said he ain't about that life. He ain't got time to respond to the crazy. He ain't with the crazy, and that's how that's working. Okay. And I ain't mad at you, Quill. Although I know you've had some crazies. How about that?
Nah, facts.
I know. That's all I'm saying. So at one point in time, we responded to the crazy, but see how he said now that he is of age, ladies. See, this is what I'm talking about. Some of y'all be crazy, and you come up in these good inboxes, okay? And now people is hip to y'all crazies. So now when they are of age, okay, when they have put the childish things behind them and they have now embraced upon the walk of the good manhood, they said, forget y'all crazies because I'm about to get a samey. How about that?
Mm.
I'm just saying. Ladies, let's talk. Get well. Gail,
Huh?
I don't know which side you coming from today, but you know what? Okay. I don't know which side we about to get. So let Gail ponder this side. Nakata, have you had some crazies?
Yes,
Mm,
some real crazies. Yes.
hello.
But I leave them on read, as you said. And most times I ignore because I am kind of a nice person. I'm a really nice person. So I hate to make people feel bad because I never want men to feel um inferior or anything like that. But if I'm not interested, I'm just not interested. And and that's just that.
I'm
But
gonna tell
I've
y'all what I
gotten
do.
all types of propositions in the DMs.
Hello. I'm gonna tell y'all what I do. It depends on how crazy you come in my inbox, whether or not I'm really gonna respond to that, right? So y'all know we've had a sudden influx of these little sugar daddies that keep coming up in women inboxes. Those I just laugh at because I think that it is hilarious because I have no idea where these people have come from. They just somewhere on Instagram acting like they I don't even know what they acting like because I don't know a man with money that's coming in your inbox telling you that type of stuff. So anyway, so they just get ignored because I think it's hilarious. Then you have another type of situation where you literally do have people that are coming, hi, beautiful, how you doing? So for me, it really depends on how you approach
Yeah.
me in my inbox, right? With whether or not I'm actually going to respond. If you
Mhm.
come up in my good inbox with some, damn, you, sir, never mind, because clearly you don't know how to approach a woman, and I ain't got this type of time to be figuring you out. So, you know, with our good phones, there is a good way in which, because I got Android, I can kind of like swipe down a little bit and I can read what you said before I actually open up that message. So I'll do that.
Mhm.
And then if I don't want to respond to it, I'll just go in my inbox and just boop, delete. And then you're not even on red. You're just on delete. And that's just how that's going to go.
Or block.
Either way, right? Especially if you now what I will say, especially if they hit that message request, oh, that's a wrap. If you're not even connected to me and you inboxing me, no, because first I need to see who we know in common. If we don't know anybody in common, you are definitely just on delete and I'm not even responding to you because I don't even know how you found me in the first place to even inbox me with some craziness. Now, the second thing is this whole new stream of online dating, because a lot of people have gone online. Have anybody on here tried online? That's what I want to know. Tell the truth.
I've tried it.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried it.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried it. I tried it. Ended up in a 2-year relationship.
It worked well for you, huh?
It worked well for a while until, you know, until I'm not one who I you can't control me. Don't try to control me, because the minute you try to control me, it makes me automatically just start doing stuff. Because at the end of the day, I'm not to be controlled. I'm a grown man. I make my own money. I have my own car. Got my own place. So don't try to control me. Just appreciate me in your life like I appreciate you in my life. And that situation came, and I'm like, I don't think it was. I think that could have happened whether I met her online or in the street. But online dating. Online dating it's a situation. It's like it's like you're trying to. It's like you're trying to. It's like playing Russian roulette, I guess I could say. It's like playing Russian roulette, because when you're doing online, people can present just like in real life. To me, it's just the same thing. Just like in real life, people can present themselves to be exactly what they are not, and they can play that role for a good time, for a good amount of time. But when you run into situations as in the first time you say no,
Mm-hmm.
or the first time you don't agree, then you start to see the real person come out. So, some crazy stories on it.
Uh-huh. Anybody got a crazy online story? Because I got one and I'm gonna share it. I just want to let y'all do y'all thing first. Hey, Shelby.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Can you guys
Shelby.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
I was listening to you guys, so I'm all up to speed. So
Come on and be up to speed. We like that. Okay. All right. Anybody got an online dating story? Gail.
I don't.
I'm so lame.
no, Gail.
You calling me out? Like,
I just wanted to know if you had a story. That's all. I don't know. I got a story.
well, you skipped over the first question for me. I don't have any crazy inboxes. Let me answer that question. I don't have any crazy inboxes because the people on my page are literally friends and family. So I don't go through the inbox thing. Period.
Ain't you?
Yeah, I don't even do it. If I don't know you got to really search for my name to find my page. As far as online, I did some online dating.
Mm-hmm. How'd that work out?
It didn't. Some was good, some was bad. I've did relationships where I've been in quite a few relationships from online dating. So before, all right, so I'm gonna give you a story. I'm a little savage. I used to be savage.
Oh, fancy bougie
I-
ratchet. Okay.
yeah. So when Craigslist used to do personal ads, I would post on Craigslist. And my post.
Now that's savage.
My post. Yeah, and the post was very savage. It was like, this is what I want. This is what I'm looking for. Don't come to me, step into me about anything else.
Oh.
Here's the email. Shoot me an email. Let's set up a date and time, and let's get it popping.
Wow.
Oh. Look.
Oh. Okay.
And so, and I would get hundreds and hundreds of messages on one post. So there was a lot of what I met out of there was a lot of bi-curious women.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of women that like the idea of having having a woman perform sexual acts on them, but really wasn't into this world, this community.
So they was just curious and they wanted to know what it was like, but they wasn't really in it. They was just fake,
Yeah.
they was fake savage. Okay.
Yeah, and so they gets no play.
Oh.
Yeah, you gets no play. I only deal with 100%. I shouldn't say I only, because I slipped up once.
Sure did.
But but I only deal with most of the time. Let me say it this way: most of the time, I deal with women that's 100% lesbian, because I never want to have to be in competition with a man, because I can't compete with a man, and nor am I trying to. So if you like, you got to know that you know. I'm not dealing with people that's riding the fence. Can't do that. Because messing with me, you might get your feelings hurt.
Let me say this, because I had a good experience with the online dating world, and it wasn't that good, but it was a good experience for me because I had to learn a lot. Now, this is some years ago, so I'm trying to think of exactly when this was. This had to be somewhere around 2016, somewhere around there, right? So, and I don't remember what site it was, but it was whatever little site, whatever. And some people, they had told me about the site, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it. All right, fine. So I met this guy on this site. Now, little did I know, I didn't know exactly what he was trying to prep me for, so to speak, right? It was literally to prep me for this encounter that I personally was not ready for. So, and he kept asking me questions about my faith. He kept asking me questions about the Bible, and I could answer every single last one of them questions he had. So I was like, okay, whatever. So we finally meet up because he lived down in Georgia. At that time, I was living up here in Jersey. So go down to Georgia. I got family, friends down in Georgia, whatever the case may be, right? Go down to Georgia, meet up with him. Next thing you know, we pull over. He go into some store. He buying roots. And in my head, I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily know this aspect of stuff, but I know what roots are. So I'm like, what is this root for? And he was like, well, when you got to do stuff, you need the root. I was like, no, I don't know nothing about that, but okay. Buys the little roots. So next thing you know, we're talking, and he starts sharing me all this information. He was like, well, I'm a witch, right? I was like, you know what? The devil is a liar. Somebody is trying to punk me. This is clearly punked, and Ashton Kushner, somebody is about to jump out and be like, got you. Because what in the world is going on here? So lo and behold, dude was on these dating sites because he wanted to capture women to bring them into like this harem type situation and have them connect all with their good ancestors and buying all these roots and stuff and all this other extra stuff. And I was like, this is not what I signed up for. Clearly you're trying to like recruit me. And he gave me the whole process down to the point where, because if you cross over into what we doing, you'll have to go through this cleansing phase where we scrub your skin. I said, scrub skin with what? Like, what are you scrubbing people's skin with? He something that was like a sandpaper. I was like, that would hurt. Who is getting their skin scrubbed like sandpaper in the days and times of a body scrub? Ain't nobody. I was like, oh no, this is not my life. So needless to say, if my friend April ever listened to this, she would tell y'all I literally sent her like an SOS, like come get me now. And Drew lived like in Marietta. She lived all the way in Loganville, but Wharton County side. I made her drive all the way to Marietta and come pick me up. I didn't even know where I was at. I sent her the location, like, get here now, get me. I don't know what this is, but somebody's trying to punk me, and y'all gonna get me the heck up out of here. And I went to the good Loganville, and then I went to the what I do? Oh, I ate me some good y'all know, well, people, if you know me, you know I'm a foodie. So I had me my good drunken noodles. I had me some good Thai food, and I had to tell them all about my good story and my story. They were like, "Do we need to do an X?" I was like, "Shut up! I don't need no damn deliverance. I'm fine." However, this is what happened with my online thing, and from that point on, I had never met nobody else online. I was not messing around with the online world because I was like, "No, you don't know what you're gonna get. I don't found the witch, and I ain't got this type of time." Folk up here telling me they witches and stuff, practicing Wicca and all this other extra stuff. And I was like, you know what? Damn, that is my online dating experience. Now we have a new person here, and I see it's Overseer Robert. How you doing, sir?
I'm well, and you?
I'm doing well.
I apologize for being late. I didn't realize that the link was in my Facebook. Actually, I just finished a live as well. It seems like I done walked into a hot conversation going on here.
Listen, the witches were trying to get me.
The witches were trying to get you? All right. We're happy that you made it through. Hallelujah.
Listen, I'm happy I made it through. I was like, Roots, wait a minute, pause. We pray against this. I was up in there pleading the blood of Jesus. I don't care.
Blessings to everyone that's on the panel.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, like I believe, like, no matter what, the same experience that you had online, is an experience that you could have had in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Did have
Yeah,
that's true. Real life. I was married to a bishop. I had it in real life too.
Yeah. So it's like, a lot of times people make jokes about people who do online dating and don't realize that the same things that's happening to them online is actually happening to people in real life. Happening to people in church, happening to people out of church, happening to people in the business world, happening everywhere. So it's like, man, when you're dealing with people who like to be deceptive, or who don't really show forth their real intentions in the beginning, it's like, man, you gotta be really careful. You have to be someone who pays close attention to what people are saying, to what people are doing, because no matter whether it's online or whether it's in real life, a lot of people are dealing with a whole lot of mental issues that they have never even spoken to anyone about. And then what you find yourself in, you find yourself dating a mental patient you didn't even know. You find yourself dating someone who could be a pastor, a bishop, the president of a company, the CEO, and they have major issues. So it's like, in this climate, dating in this climate is it's like, wow, it's amazing, because you really don't know what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people who may be older, still trying to be teenagers. You're dealing with people who are trying to live their lives like they trying to be up on Housewives of Atlanta, or what's the other one with Joe Button? He was on there.
Love and Hip Hop New York.
Yeah.
Get that bag, bro. Get that bag.
You know, Jamel, I think we give a lot of people a lot of passes and try to say that everything is a mental illness. We just got some people out there who are just evil and mean. It's just not. It's not that they have some kind of defect. You got to acknowledge that there are people who spend just as much time divine evil things and selfishness as you do have people who are trying to find out something good. So I think a lot of times we let people off the hook and try to say, well, they got some kind of mental issue. But you just got some people out here who just don't mean no good. And they know what they do. They set out to do what they do. And they look for whoever they can prey upon.
Yeah, from my experience, I and a couple of my girlfriends I've spoken to, with the online dating, a lot of the guys use it as a means to get like a side piece. Like you could be in a whole relationship, but if you need like that companionship or somebody to stroke your ego or just somebody to just chill with on the side, I find that that's what a lot of guys go, either for sex or to find somebody on the side. Because when it comes down to like meeting them in person and stuff like that, that's when things get shaky, or you know, they have whole families at home, from what I've heard from one of my girlfriends or whatever, you know. So you got to be really careful with that. I've tried it, but nothing really has come from it, you know. I've tried it.
No, and all jokes aside, like what you just said, there are some that truly do use the online dating as a way to attract other people to escape whatever it is that they don't want to face at home.
Right.
And some people need to just deal with whatever you got going on at home and leave us good, non-wanting to be side chick women alone.
Yeah, I've even seen a committed partner on there, like somebody I know partner, you know, on there, you know. So
they wasn't that committed. They was on there because they was half committed, half out. But what I do believe is that a lot of times when you join these sites and even if you're not on an actual online dating site, but you're on something on an app like Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Everybody looks appealing. Everybody looks like they the total package. Everybody looks like they something different than what you currently have. But the question really boils down to you. What is it that you want? You know what I'm saying? And then whatever it is that you're dealing with at home, deal with that situation. Right. But don't try and bring an innocent party into your mess and then think that you're going to screw their life up right along with your life and think that that's going to be okay. Now, there are some that truly enjoy being side chicks. That's their profession. That's what they like to do. And there are the men that employ them. So with those folks, they truly enjoy being side chicks. My thing is for those men that employ them is now I got a problem with you because you're the one that's giving them the job. I have always been one to say, I'm not mad at the other woman. I'm mad at the man. And which man said that we committed, this man, or if this man said we committed, or if this man said we took a vow, whatever the case may be. I am not one to look outside. I'm one to look inward and say, no, you brought this person into this situation. So now let me deal with you in this situation. Now, a lot of people don't know my story. A lot of people do know my story, but at the end of the day, my ex-husband, he had a whole lot of crap going on with him. You know what I'm saying? To the point where me and him married, but he dating this girl, and then this girl decided that she want to put, or at least attempt to try and put her hands on me. I don't play around like that. Because now once you do that, now I have a problem with you.
Yeah.
My problem was not with you from the beginning. My problem was with him. So I'm dealing with him. But since you wanted to jump in and make my problem with you, now it's going to be with you and everything that's attached to you. We got a problem, right? But the thing about it is that me being a woman, I knew where to address my issue, and that was with him.
Right.
And oftentimes, we like to address the issue with the woman. I'm not mad at you, bro. You have a job to do. And the only reason why you're doing that job is because he employed you. That's that.
So where does that fall?
On him.
On lies? That falls under lies.
Lies and lust. And somewhere along the lines, lust and got in between something.
Yeah. But what I also wanted to say, and I don't want to, take up too much time on this or whatever, but that goes back to people, like we said, like people use Facebook as a means to deceive people. It's not Facebook, it's the individual. So Facebook can be a beautiful thing. Yeah. I love it because you connect with people from your past and you can share from across the miles, families and stuff like that. But it's what you use it for, it's your intent and what you're willing to entertain. So if somebody jumps in your inbox, you don't have to entertain that person. That's where self-control comes in. you could, just let that go or whatever. So it's up to us to be mature with social media and how we use it. And the same thing with the dating apps. I don't think they're bad at all. You're going to have good and bad with everything. I'm sure a lot of people have found love there. I know quite a few people that have found their life partners on dating apps. So I don't have a problem with it. It's just the way that people use it that really messes it up and gives it a bad image.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't like that part.
sometimes I think it's that we as a society, we don't realize that when you're looking at someone's page, you're looking at the best of everything that's going on in their life. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at vacation pics, you're looking at happy times, you're looking at moments where they're chilling with their peers and they're partying, or you're looking at sometimes you're looking at church moments where they're doing a whole bunch of shouting and dancing and worshiping. So it's like you're looking at a compilation of the best of what's going on in that person's life. And if we don't really take the time to understand that, and we don't take the time to really understand that no matter what you're showing me, I know this is only part of the story. We can't we get so caught up thinking that this is just everybody's, this is I remember a few years ago I said to someone, I said, you cannot get caught up in what's going on somebody's page, because you'll be depressed thinking, why is your life this good when they don't have a dime in their pocket? They don't have a pot to piss in. But, that's the whole thing about social media. We're always going to present the best of what we have, the best of who we are. You know what I'm saying? Because if we don't, then people are going to be looking at us crazy. Like, oh, you always broke. You always got problems. You always got situations. You always in something. So it's like social media is not a platform for balance. Social media is a platform of expression of how a person feels at the times they choose to reveal to the world.
Right. Hey, y'all, this is Nikita. I want to say something to that note. And even what I say to that fact is that sometimes it's not even that we're showing false things on social media, like as if our life just has it all together. Sometimes we have to understand, it's like right now, by the grace of God, I'm in a very good season in my life. And I call it a season, but understanding that this may not be my season forever. So that doesn't mean that I'm showing great moments on Facebook. And then I get off of Facebook and I still have problems, because by the grace of God, I'm at a very peaceful place, but I understand that it's also a season. So sometimes it's just not about being a post. Sometimes it is just a season in your life. And we need to understand that everybody has seasons.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
I mean, everybody got changes, right? Seasons change, right?
Absolutely.
So basically, we all go through the shifts and the changes in life. Let me tell y'all something. I am not one for fronting. I don't front. What you see is what you get. Period. Like today, I was triggered.
Point blank.
Hello.
That's right.
Period. Today, I was triggered by a lot of stuff today, right?
Ooh,
And
girl.
okay, Rashida. And I posted triggered. So what you going to hear and what you going to see is a good triggered me, right? Period. Then I said I need to retreat because I'm triggered. And I had to retreat. I had to remove myself because I was triggered, right? I was triggered by what's going on in this world. I was triggered by some foolishness personally. I was just triggered by so many different things, right? So what you see is really and truly what you get. Now, you might not get the deep details of my life on social media, because that's nobody's business but those that are closest to me, right? And if I allow you into the closeness of me, then therefore that's what it's going to be. But there are some people that are truly just living a lie for social media.
Girl.
And that's a problem for me. When you are literally just living a absolute lie, and then you try to portray to someone in order to manipulate them and then trick them into your web of lies and deceit. And now we got to sit up here and I'm fighting crap that I ain't equipped to fight because that's not my crap. But now I got to fight it because you have just manipulated and deceived me into your foolery that never was meant for me. I got problems with that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, the best person you could be is who you are, period. And I think that we have a lot of problems with people whom are not comfortable within their own selves. So they don't know who they are. You know what I'm saying? And then you try to come into my life not knowing who you are and thinking I'm supposed to define you. No, I am not. And I'm not going to. I'm over it.
Well,
Yeah, I've experienced that one firsthand. And the web of lies just kept on going and kept on going and kept on going and kept on going. And you're like, you killed your
Hello,
grandmother off twice. You
grandmother,
killed your
uncle, cousin.
you
Right.
listen, no, like real rap. No, this not like a joke. This is like serious. Like you just lied about. You took a photo of somebody else's
Oh,
baby.
wow.
Wait, let me start from the beginning. You went and found an app online, created was an ultrasound picture, put your name on it, presented it to the people, and told the people that you are now with child.
Oh.
You then go.
I am part of the people.
Oh, you were you?
Yes.
I didn't. Oh man, I didn't know you were a part of the people. You then carry this lie, and then you take somebody who you say is close to you, pictures of their baby, and present it to other people and say it's your child that you just had. And these people are sending you all types of gifts, all types of money for a child that's not yours. And I don't know how the actual birth mom of the real child, because it was a real child, but I don't know how the birth mom found out, but she had to literally write a 2-page post, and knowing that this wasn't the first time this individual did something like that.
And it goes deeper because I kid you, that was.
First of all, we have to be able to decipher a web of lies from a person who's just a narcissist and a person who's mentally ill. Because
of course,
that's mental illness right there.
It sure is.
Narcissism. Narcissism falls under that.
Well, yeah, it does. Absolutely falls under that. But I believe that that's a level of mental illness where somebody need medication.
Need a pill. I'm forever.
Well, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Narcissism is something that you cannot cure with the pill.
I know that.
That's true.
Swearing they need a pill.
Right.
That is very true.
You cannot take a pill for that.
That's the problem. There's no real cure for narcissism. And they tell you that. There's no real cure for narcissism. They will tell you that. They will tell you the only thing we can do is point it out and help people and help them through their process. But there is no cure for narcissism. Because I kid you not, I promise you, as the day is day and the night is night, I will never forget this when that ex sent me a picture to my phone, acting as if this woman was telling him that she was going to abort their child. Mind you, me and him was married. The woman was telling him, I'm gonna abort this child, and he sent me a picture of an aborted fetus as if it was his. I promise you, that was the sickest shit I ever dealt with in life.
That's sick. Yeah.
Yo, you
Oh wow.
people have to realize it's real out here in these streets. It's so real, especially in the black community. We have covered and covered and covered and buried so much trauma, so many issues from
Right.
childhood. Never spoke
Yeah.
about it. Never, and we just found ways to cope. And some of the ways where people were lying, people were creating alter egos just to survive.
Mm,
People were being dis- there's something called disassociation, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
just so that they can cope with the pain. But as adults, when they come into an adult world, and you're introduced to them, it's like, wow, what did I get myself into? And you're so shocked. But we're living in a society that produces sickness for money.
mm,
Yes. Ooh.
So what do we expect to happen? The sickness is in our churches. The
yeah.
sickness is in the political arenas. The
Yes.
sickness is look, it's everywhere. It's the Western culture. It is the Western culture. It produces a sick product until the person who may have the illness decides, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore.
And that's real.
I'm gonna I'm gonna find a way to be better. I'm gonna find a way. I know how I didn't like it when it was done to me, so I have to find a way not to do it to others. I have to heal. It, it, it's not it's not your fault that you were injured, but it is your responsibility to heal. And that's just a play on what Will Smith said. And I think even in look at Will Smith. He said that, and he's going through, and he had to go through a situation where he had to literally live what he said. You know what I'm saying? He had to heal. Everybody, everybody. You know, I was talking. A friend of mine is a counselor, and she said that people really don't know it, but everybody in the world is walking around with some form of mental illness. Everybody. The problem is everybody does not choose to engage themselves and do the work. Do
Mm.
that work to
Do the work.
build yourself to be a better person. Do that work to build yourself to be of a better character. Build yourself to be someone who can be acceptable, and not just acceptable, but for me, I wanted to be that with my daughter, or when my parents look, they're not ashamed at what they see. They can say, you know what, you really did something for yourself. In spite of some of the things you went through, you became a man. You became a real man. You handled yourself in a way. But we don't have, today we do not have anyone that can really hold us accountable, because everybody's trying to, not everybody, but on the most part, there's so many who are trying to play these roles. Everybody's into this role playing, and it's not always sexual. Everybody want to be somebody else. Everybody want to do something else. Everybody want to be other than what they are.
So
And
let's
it's
ask
like,
this,
okay,
even with
huh?
that, right? Because we have a lot of instances where, let's put this, I guess, gender neutral, right?
Uh-huh.
If you're in a relationship but you're not married, because we always say, I'm single until I'm married.
Hmm.
Man or woman, are you single until you married?
You,
No.
I'm gonna
And
say no.
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 No, you're not.
I'm going to say yeah. I'm
No,
going to say
you're
you're
not.
single. I'm going to say
I'm
you're
a
single but
no.
committed.
No.
Yeah, you
Listen,
think no, you can't
single but
say that
committed.
because if you're in a relationship, you're starting off with the commitment of being with someone. It's just me and you. When you solidify it in front of God, that is when the deal is sealed. But if you're in a committed relationship, it's me and you. It starts there.
But you're
That's
still
like
single.
telling a mother she ain't a mother until the baby come out. You a
That's
mother when the baby's in your womb. You understand?
Yep.
that's two different things to me. To me, I'm not trying. I'm not discount.
It is not.
I'm not
It's
discounting.
not.
No, listen, I'm not
Listen.
discounting. I'm not discounting what you
It's
said.
not
I'm
though.
saying for me.
It's
I'm
not
saying for me.
though.
Oh no, for me. I don't
Okay,
know. For you, that's what it is.
I
For me.
I
For
respect that,
me.
but listen,
It,
listen to me. Let me break it down for you, so if it could be forever broken. When you, I'm gonna give it to you. When you, let's say, when you decide, I keep giving an Amber Alert from Brooklyn. Sorry about that. When you get pregnant, right? You don't physically see the child. Am I right? Yes or no?
I mean,
Right.
except for
Yes.
the sonogram, you right.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. But the baby is in your belly. So
Mhm.
the first thing you have to do is make sure that you're taking care of your body for your child. Then you're feeding your child the right foods. You're not drinking. You're speaking life into your belly because they feel it. It's the same shit when you're in a relationship. I may not be your wife or your husband, but I'm going to protect you and guide you and support you because that is the ending result. It's the same shit, just a different topic. It's a baby coming out of you, relationship coming out of your soul and your spirit. It's the same thing. You solidify it when you get in front of God and make those vows. And when it comes to having a baby, you solidify it when a baby comes out and is born into the world. That's how I see it. And that is the truth. You are in a committed relationship working to get married to solidify the ties together as one.
But see,
so
what we
so
got
you
to
just
make.
see
See,
what
let
you
me
just
say.
said at the end of that. You
Everybody,
just said
go ahead.
you're working at a committed
Right.
situation
Right?
to end up being married, to end up
Right.
being that means you're still single.
No, you're
You're
Absolutely.
still
not.
single.
No,
Yeah.
you're not. You are
And the good
committing
maybe,
yourself.
maybe
No,
I
you're not,
listen to you.
sir.
I listen
You
to
are.
you. I listen to
Go
you.
right ahead.
I listen to you. You the analogy that you use, I
Yes.
don't feel like you can use it in a situation with two adults because when you're dealing with a baby has no one to protect it but the person who is carrying the baby.
Right.
That's number one. When you're dealing with two adults, each person needs to learn how to be responsible with their lives entering into a relationship. Now we are
Okay.
two people. We should be responsible about the relationship we're entering into. So that means that you have a responsibility. That baby doesn't have any responsibility. That baby has no responsibility but to be what it is.
Right.
These two adults have responsibility, both of them. So it doesn't equate. Now, what I'm saying is we can be single, but we're committed to building something to where the end result is we're going to come together and spend the rest of our lives together. Because just because I'm in a relationship doesn't mean that it's going to work, and
Right.
it doesn't mean and it doesn't mean that it ends bad either.
Right.
Sometimes you just realize this person wasn't for
Right.
you. But when you
But
marry
you are not
somebody, but
single.
when you
You are not single, sweetheart. You committed
well,
to be with that one person
I hate
Can I
to
trying to
tell
go to the
you,
next level.
let
Sweetie,
I
me
you
hate
are
to
not
tell you, I
single.
hate to
can I
tell you according to
interject with you
society
on
rules.
that,
I hate to
Nikita?
tell you, you're not single.
Can I interject?
Okay, you
Go
got it.
ahead, Nikita.
I agree with Jamel. I believe that
Wow.
if you are just dating, I don't care if you've been together for 10 years. If there's no ring of commitment that has been placed on your finger, first of all, you're still single. And then even when the engagement happens, that's a higher level of commitment, but you're still single until you're married. That's just, and I'm speaking from a woman's standpoint. Until somebody walk me down the aisle, stand me in front of a pastor, and we say I do, I'm single.
Okay, so let me ask you a question if you don't mind. So if you're in a committed relationship and you feel like you're single, does that mean that you are stepping out of your relationship because you're not married?
Right.
Uh,
No,
if I was to step out,
Yes.
can you repeat that? Can you
Repeat
repeat
that?
that?
I can't hear you.
I said, can you repeat that?
Yeah. So basically, what
It's
she's
breaking up.
saying
I
is,
can't hear you.
I heard her. So basically, what she's saying is, if you're saying that you are single until married, is it okay for you to step out on the committed relationship that you're in because you're technically still single until you're
It's
married?
it's honestly, it's not a matter of if it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, to me, it would be okay because I'm a single person.
Mm-hmm.
But whether it's moral or respectful, then no. Because I mean, it goes back to the person. I wouldn't do that to a person because I want to be respectful. I want to be integral. I want to be, all these great moral things. But if I decided to, I have that right because I'm single. I'm not married. I don't owe anyone
Wow.
anything.
Wow.
I don't owe anyone anything until they walk me down the aisle and we say I do.
Okay.
I
Okay.
disagree.
So then
Wait,
there's
wait.
no
All
there's
right.
Hold up, hold up,
so
wait,
Can I
pause.
say
Hold up,
something?
hold up, Rashida.
wow.
Hold that
This
thought.
is interesting.
I know, but hold that thought. Go ahead, Gail.
So this is the thing. I want to say the first thing should be it depends on what the boundaries are set in that relationship in the beginning. So if you guys decided on that we are not in a relationship, but we exclusively doing whatever we doing, then that's different. Um, but if you have made the declaration between one another that you guys are in a committed relationship, then you are not single because you have vowed with your mouth that you are in a committed relationship. So you have to define what type of relationship you're having with this other person. You can't just say, because they didn't walk me down the aisle yet, that I'm still single. If that person believes that other person's belief system means that if I call you my man, I call you my girl, and we in this relationship thing, this is a committed relationship.
Let me ask you ladies
Because
this. Let me ask you all this. On the application, is it going to ask you? Is it going to ask you on the application whether you a boyfriend or a girlfriend? It says single. It says in a. Okay, go ahead. I see a finger. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nakata.
So, okay. So you're actually saying that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. So you're actually saying once you've decided that you are exclusive, you're single until married. That's what y'all saying?
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
So if you're dating someone and it's a committed relationship, they cheat, you're okay with that.
It's not the fact of me being okay with it. It's about whether it's their right or not.
Well, see, I think, I'm newly divorced and I clearly haven't dated I just turned 40. So clearly I haven't done a whole lot of dating. But to me, it just seems like everybody wants the milk for free.
Right.
You're not going to say you're in a relationship with me and do what you want to do. That's not happening with me. I'll say single first because I'll say the true definition of single before I allow someone to claim me without claiming me. That's not happening.
You know what? Let me say this because what I'm saying is this. You can, for me, it's like this. We start out dating. We're getting to know each other. We commit to each other. Even though we are committed, we are still not legally a couple. We are building towards that because at any point in time in that, I can back away or you can back away and be like, you know what? Yeah, this isn't really going the way we wanted to go.
Absolutely.
Now, once I put a ring on your finger, and I'm someone who's divorced. Once I always said I never wanted to get married and divorced. I had to get divorced, and it wasn't my fault. My thing is, once I marry you, I'm trying to stay in that thing for life. I'm trying to do that for life. But while I'm in a relationship period, we're still trying to figure out, can we make this work? Do we have the patience enough with each other to make this work? Are we compatible enough to make this work? So what we're doing, we're trying it out. We're trying it out. But once you get, it's like building a house. You can own property. Just because you own property don't mean you have a house. Once they start building the house, just because they started building the house doesn't mean you have a house yet. You only have a house once the house is built. When you get married, that house is built. Now you're building a house. Your house is built. It is built, and now you're doing everything in your nature to make that house a home. I'm trying to.
I will have to read. I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay, yeah. And for me, and that's why I said I'm not talking about nobody else, because for everybody, this definition can be different. This is a subjective thing. This isn't a rule that everybody follows across the board. Like Gail said, it depends on how you set your situation up. What were your boundaries? How did y'all set this up? And me, I'm one who clearly communicates. I clearly communicate because I've had too many hurts. I clearly communicate because I've had too many letdowns. I clearly communicate because when I say what I'm going to say, you're going to already know, well, he said this in the beginning, so there's nothing I can be bad about. He was up front with me. So for me, okay, I'm listening.
Because it truly is how you define your singleness within the confines of a relationship, right? Because for me, if we have decided on exclusivity, you cannot run around here and act as if you were single if we're exclusive. There's a difference between being exclusive and being single. Because single means that you are yet still entertaining other options as a possibility of building and growing with your other options. However, if we embark upon an exclusive relationship and we are being exclusive with each other, there are certain benefits to the exclusivity of our relationship. Because if we both gonna be single, understand, I'm not cooking for you. I'm not having sex with you.
Exactly.
I'm not doing none of that, because at that point, and I'm just saying, because that's why I'm saying it is truly and clearly defined by the individual. I'm telling you what I'm not doing. And you want to know why I'm not doing it? I'm not doing it because in order for me to protect my heart and my feelings, if we're going to come at this in the realm of being single, then we're just dating. There's nothing exclusive about being single. Period.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please?
Sure.
But let me say something first, Rashida.
Sure, ma'am.
Let me say something. Okay, I'm going to talk real quick. Sorry if you guys hear feedback. Okay, so this is something that I saw, and you've probably all seen this before. Talking means we exchange numbers, we're getting to know each other, right? Dating, we're spending time together, we're going bowling, we're friends, there's a mutual interest, but we're still allowed to talk to other people, okay? Dating exclusively, we're dating, however, we have cut other people off because we're interested in getting to know each other better, all right? And now we're in a relationship. We've made a mutual agreement to become a couple. It's just you and me, point blank, period. Y'all agree with that?
I can say can I say this before the young lady? I say like this, yes, we can say that and we all can agree. But at the end of the day, even though we're exclusive, if you decided to be immoral and not keep your word and be a hoe, you are still single.
You are okay, so I get what Nikita is saying. In the essence of the word, right? And Jamel, what you're not finna do, okay, is put your good hand right there, okay, and act like we not understanding what the hell you saying, okay? I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, okay, yeah, but listen, because the men folk done left you to be with all of us women. So blame the men. Look, blame the men folk for leaving you to be with us women. So you gotta have the testosterone for all of us, okay? Just handle that. I know you big enough to do it, okay?
No
Five,
doubt, no doubt.
5'9" Come on, you got broad shoulders. Pick it up. All right. So that's what Eminem do. Hello, just saying. So what I'm saying is that I agree, Nikita. I agree what you just said for the simple fact that that's the truth. I can't control. Listen, I was married, and Lord knows, because after I went on that good show, and the women that came in my inbox letting me to know, honey, I was with your husband too, and I was like, damn. Was nothing exclusive? Even in marriage, we wasn't exclusive. Like you were just out here willy-nilly with it. You was in North Carolina, South Jersey, all around the Jerseys with these good women folk, and they came in my good inbox to let me know that you was there driving my car and all that stuff. So therefore, what I'm saying is, I get it. However, because I experienced all of that, for where I'm at right now, if we make an agreement that this is where we at and we are exclusive where we at, I'm going to expect you to hold true to your word. If you don't hold true to your word and you decide that you want to be the good hoe bag and the slut bucket that the men folk like to call us women, slut buckets, thoughts, and all them other words that they like to call us, they sure can. And I'm gonna let you be your whole little thottish slut bucket itself and be over there with it. Because what you're not going to do is bring any type of detriment and pain into my life, point blank, period. And I believe in that for women and even for men, because I'm not saying that this is exclusive just for women, because there are some men that have experienced the same level of pain at the hands of a woman doing the same level of foolishness. And guess what? And even for the men, the good men folk, if you experience a woman like that, leave her in her thought bucket, whole bucket, slut bucket, whatever bucket, leave it right there. Because at the end of the day, we're not getting younger, we're getting older.
Right.
And we have.
Can I say one
Wait a
thing?
minute, Rashida, I was about to get my good driving point, and you over here with the one point. I'm gonna need you to hold the one thing like A. Marie and then come back with it. Hold up, hold your good thought. Now I done forgot what I wanted to say. Wait. Go ahead, Rashida. Now you done made me forget. Y'all know I got memory problems. That whole slut bucket, whole bucket, put my head through a car window and I don't be remembering stuff. And I gotta say it when I want to say it. Now you know what? Go ahead, girl.
I'm sorry. I'm just so passionate with what I have to say.
You write my thoughts down. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I love you though.
Love you too,
all
girl.
I wanted to say was, I hear everybody's point. But when you meet someone, whether you're a male or female, you are dating with a purpose.
Everybody's not dating with a purpose.
Everybody's not.
Let me finish, beautiful black people.
Fine. Go ahead and finish.
Some people are dating with a purpose. Some people are dating for a nut. Let's just keep it honest. Some people are dating just because no one's available. Some people are dating because they're lonely. Some people are dating because they're figuring it out. But if you are dating with a purpose and you meet someone, like I believe that's Shelby that said that. So you meet, you date, you figure it out, I love you or I like you. You continue the process. If that's the process that you're in, and we are working towards marriage, and you decide to go step out of what we're trying to do, nah, bruh, I'm not feeling that. Screw you. Go live your best life, and I'm going to move forward. It all depends on where you are at your life level with that person.
So let me
My opinion.
Respectfully accepted. Thank you, ma'am. So let me ask this though. What about for people who in the beginning tell you point blank period, I don't want a relationship. I don't want to be married.
That's good. That's good. So you're wrong if you try to push that bullshit on that person because they're straight telling you what it is. At that point, you're the one that's messing up because they told you what it is and what it's not. Bottom
But let's
line.
be honest. Let me say this. Let's be honest, ladies. We
Mm-hmm.
have found ourselves in relationships that we try to paint different pictures than what the man has already painted for us. And then we get mad because they painted a picture, and then we want to take out our little cute crayons and start coloring a different picture and be mad because you already told us.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yes.
I don't know about
I
nobody else, but if somebody tells you that point blank to your face, me personally, me, Rashida, Chevelle Lee,
Come on,
if you
Chevelle.
tell me that and I know what I want, I'm bailing out. Because why would you set yourself up for failure? I've never. That's stupid.
No,
Okay.
it's not necessarily stupid, right? Because let's just be real. There are situations where that's acceptable because it might be where you at in your life. That might be where you are, and you say, you know what, this is acceptable to me because I can respect the fact that this man came to me and he said, I don't want a relationship. I don't want a commitment. I like what we got. We got chemistry. Let's build upon this chemistry, right? I don't want to get married. I don't want no more kids.
Oh, I don't want a baby. That's exactly right.
But you got to respect that. And if you want more, then you need to bail out.
Here's what I'm saying. And it can be acceptable for you in that season, right? Nikita talked about seasons and time, right? So in that time of your life and in that season of your life, that could be really acceptable and you cool and you vibing and you chilling. Why? Because it's acceptable. That's meeting the need. Listen, we talked about this Wednesday, right? The good hierarchy of needs. What need is that meeting for you in your life at that present moment? Are you meeting a need? Yes. And I appreciate this need. And that need is not always sexual. That need can be intellectual. That need can be companionship. That need could be a friendship. That whatever that need is at that moment in time in your life, and it is acceptable. That's why I believe that when it comes down to relationships, we really have to begin to honestly dissect these things mentally, because oftentimes we get into relationships with people and we are not necessarily dissecting our own need. We are automatically thinking, let me assess you. Are you dating me? Are you courting me? Are you dating me with a purpose? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? And then next thing you know, it's like it literally becomes it becomes literally an overwhelming job to the point where you're no longer free. And I think that, and oftentimes, us as the good women that we are, we do not allow the freedom of progression.
Right.
A lot of times, we want, no, because if this don't fit this and this don't, then you know what? I'm not going to, and it's like, pause, man, wait, breathe. Let's rewind this. Let's retract this and let's get back in focus. Are you friends? Are you companions? Are you even compatible? Can y'all communicate on a level without even arguing over simple bullshit? Can you do that? Right?
May I say something when you're done?
Because you're not
when you're done.
My good, you know I got memory problems. What was I about to say? Hold up. Yeah. Can you not argue over the simplicity of shit? Like, you left the toilet seat up. I almost fell in. Is that an argument? No, it is commentary. Okay. Because guess what? I almost fell in that bitch. And damn it, my ass almost got wet. Right? Now, see how I can make you laugh with that? There are some people where that's not funny.
Yeah,
that is a full-blown argument. Because you want to know why? Because you're inconsiderate. You didn't even think about me. And it's like, you know what? I really just got up. I had to go. And I wanted to hurry up and get back into bed because we was cuddling, whatever. You might not have been cuddling, but whatever. It might sound good if you say that though, right? We was cuddling and therefore I rushed. I got back into bed. And you know what? I forgot I left the seat up, right? But to someone else, you ain't consider, you ain't even think about me. I almost fell in there and so and so and so. What in the world? That's why I am very big on, all jokes aside, I am very big on communication and communication styles, because we literally at times do not know how to communicate with the opposite sex. And I can't give examples on the man's side because I'm not a man, right? I don't know that part. I can only give the example on the female side, on the woman's side, because I am all women. I am all woman. Hello. That's what I said. Okay. I am all woman. And I know that I've had a few experiences with that stupid toilet seat. And next thing you know, I'm sitting up here cussing because I almost fell in. And I don't think y'all know, when you're a woman and you're a germaphobe as much as I am, that is a horrifying experience, okay? Because the good nutritionists and them tell me, when you wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, don't turn the lights on because you're going to turn your brain on. So here you are, blinded into the bathroom, and now you almost fall in something that you ain't want to fall into. And now you're disgusted and just upset and angry, and now you cuss it, and then you realize, oh, I might be cussing for no reason. That's all I'm gonna say. But go ahead, Rashida.
Oh man, I wanted to say something.
Oh, go ahead, Gail.
Okay, go ahead, Gail. Go ahead, because my son is yelling at me because I'm yelling. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say this, and I think I said this on Wednesday. If it wasn't live, it was in our backstage thing. A lot of times we get into relationships out of the deficit that we're suffering from.
The deficit. Say that again. Let me put that in the comments.
Yeah. A lot of times we get into relationships out of a deficit.
And I want to get into a relationship out of the fullness.
Right, and not out of fullness. And so a lot of times if you're starving in one area, a need is not being met. Most times people go to a different relationship to get this need met, this craving met. Sometimes it's a craving, okay? And if that craving overtakes you, you are blindsided, or you look past or look through things that you should have probably paid attention to.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to learn how not to get in a relationship out of deficit, and learn how to get in relationships, because we may not always be at our fullest potential. However, we have to come and say, put all the cards on the table. This is my good, my bad, and my indifference. Now you can take it all, or you can take nothing. And there are some people who states to people, oh, I just want to do this as, you know, I like what we got going on. But sometimes what they say out their mouth and their actions are two separate things, and it confuses the brain. Let's just be real. And so when your brain starts to be confused and you're still trying to operate off of what they said out their mouth, but you're looking at their actions, it becomes confusion. And now you're in a state of confusion. Not that you didn't believe what they said. Your brain is trying to comprehend and put that all together in a way that's logical and makes sense.
I get it. So would any of y'all be in a relationship with someone that you're not sexually attracted to?
I was.
No, dog. No,
was,
dog.
and it was horrible.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I mean, we can just be friends. If I'm not sexually attracted to you, that's what sets us apart from,
I agree.
That's the mark of, hey, we can just be friends.
So what?
And then if you do go into that, you're going to feel like you're missing something, and then somebody eventually is going to step out, and you can avoid that by just keeping it friendly or nothing at all.
So what determines the sexual attraction?
if you're excited when you see them, or if you lay down with them and the touch, like for me, I'm a kisser. And when you kiss me, if I don't feel that spark before anything else happens, I already know it is a wrap. You my brother, or we ain't nothing. But if I don't feel that spark in that kiss, or my neck is my spot, baby, if you don't get that spot, baby, we gotta go. It's a wrap. Deuces.
Don't gotta be able to get to me before even touching me. You gotta get me.
That's
here.
a good one.
Right.
If you can't get
That's a
me
good
here,
one.
sapiosexual. I'm telling you, intelligence. I'm attracted to intelligence.
No, but listen, you can't say that, because if the person gets you there, that could be. But if they get you here, that's a good thing, because that's something that could be always there. You can have a friend like that. But if they don't get you down there, we got a problem.
A sapiosexual makes the connection here to down there.
But guess what?
That's what we do.
You still got to be able to have a conversation with me after we go get something.
Oh, no. Yeah. No, I feel that. But I have a friend. I'm going to keep it 110%. I have a friend.
Down here gets old quick.
Right. Listen, I feel you. I have a friend. I've been friends with for years. And we are compatible about worldly stuff, family, Black lives, whatever. We got this part. That's everything. But the other part, we like, oh no, we're gonna keep it friendly. It just didn't. It did.
You know automatically.
Right. Exactly. You know immediately. That's what I'm saying. You're right. Exactly.
I think that from a man's point of view, and for this particular man, number one, if you're not intelligent, we can't rock, because I'm an intelligent dude, and I like
exactly.
to talk. I like to talk about many things. You know what I'm saying? And then number two, once you engage me and I get that connection, it's all about the connection. If there ain't no connection, you ain't kissing, you ain't feeling up on, you ain't grabbing, you ain't doing none of that. Because I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What if you have the connection, everything is popping, but as soon as you go to lay down, something is off? What do you do?
What do you do? That could be work. You know, this is one thing I love about sex. What you don't know, you can learn. My thing is,
if you're willing to learn.
I was just about to say, you have to be mature enough to say, you know what? There's certain things I don't know. Tell me, what do you like? How do you like it? Teach me. Show me. Maybe we need to go to a sex therapist. Maybe we need to and work things out. But you know, again, that's with a mature mind. And you don't usually have that.
Well, I'm going to sound vain when I say this, but you have to be attractive. If you're not attractive to me, I'm sorry. I'm not going to even, you can't even get me wop at all.
Well, to each his own. You want to look at somebody nice.
She said, you can't even get me whopped at all. Listen here. I'm with it.
I mean, you want somebody to look at that's attractive. You want to be able to see them walking up or get a video call and be turned on. I feel that.
Sometimes, but let's keep it. I mean, let me keep it real. For myself personally,
come on, Nikki.
I was in a relationship for 9 years, and you know, the mental, the conversation. I mean, we vibed in all those areas, but eventually the sexual part played out, and then when they took their clothes off, I was just, so the face was good, but when you took them drawers off,
that was a whole nother story.
That was a whole nother story. And so I took some time trying to get used to that part, but realized I just could not get used to
that part
being taken off.
That part, I get it. So let me say this. So just to give some clear, Gail, you know, you could remember your thoughts. I can't hold your thoughts. I done had about 2 thoughts that just got stolen. Y'all know. Blame that nigga. Anyway, sapiosexual people are attracted to intelligence. What turns them on, myself included, is intelligence. That's the reason why I said what I said about people that just want to text me WYD. That irks my whole soul. And if folks do not understand that I am attracted to intelligence, WYD is not intelligent. Now, for those of you that like to text me WYD, don't try and spark a conversation now because you're already grouped in the WYD category because you missed your good turn to actually act like you had something to say. Now, there's also people that are demisexual, right? Demisexual people need to have a strong emotional connection to someone in order to be turned on. I am her as well. If I am not attracted to you emotionally, meaning your emotional intelligence does not match my emotional intelligence, there is a such thing as emotional intelligence. I, Nakia Monet, am not going to have a conversation with you point blank, period. It's not going to work because we're not attracted on an emotional level, period. And this is why, for me, I've never necessarily been one into looks. I've been one into, can you hold a conversation and am I emotionally attracted to you or connected to you, right? Now, what we have to understand is that can play tricks on us, this emotional connection compared to freaking narcissists, right? Why? Because when you are naturally attracted to an emotion within a person, and that's what it is, a person that is a narcissist knows how to play on your emotions in order to get you to do what they want you to do. So you have to be very sharp in that aspect of your own personal emotions to understand when a person is really and truly trying to play you for a fool. I didn't know that with the ex. I then learned it. And now I am better for it. So I begin to maneuver differently when it comes down to certain people. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kia about demisexual and what was the other one?
Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual. And everybody, and you can see, I wanted to bring this point out because somebody can look good physically. Their physical aesthetics can be like, that's bomb. And as soon as you start to interact with them, their soul can be ugly. And that will be a turnoff. And so if you constantly chase after people that are what we call pleasing to the eye, but are not pleasing to the heart, it's going to get old real quick. Because what else after sex can sustain you? What are you doing after sex? Yeah, the act of sex is good. That 5, 10, 15 minutes, you know.
First of all,
wait, don't do it yet.
You was about to get
don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. You let me finish my sentence, ma'am. If you're like me, you know, I got a couple of hours stored up in me. But
I was about to say something, but we bless the Lord at all times.
That's after
I throw little stuff in here, these little things that you hear me say.
If I had a strap on, I can have a couple hours in it too, okay? But if you ain't operating off no strap on, don't worry, fellas, I'm with y'all. Y'all ain't got no couple hours. I'm with y'all.
Listen, this is after. Kia, do you want me? Kia, do you? Kia.
After dark, please.
Kia, it's after dark. Do you want me to respond back to that?
No.
Oh,
Wait, what'd you say, Nikita?
I said some people got a couple of hours. I'm just saying.
They sure do.
Hey,
But
this is after dark, and I was just, let me tell you, hey, let's put all the Christian stuff to the side. Close your Bibles. Close your Bibles.
We ain't got them open.
But let me tell you this. I was just talking to my a confidant of mine, and I was saying I have never met someone who can go an hour or two. I was thinking something was wrong with me. I was like, is something wrong with me that somebody can go that long? Because I'm not used to people going that long. And yes,
that means it's all right with you, boo. That's all right.
It's all right.
I was used to men getting it within 2 minutes.
And be done. And act like they done did something.
Right. And act like they did something. So I was like, is there something wrong with me that somebody can go that long? So
that means he was enjoying the whole my bad.
So I'm saying
exactly.
Yes, there is some that can go 2 hours.
I mean,
this is amazing to me. This is amazing to me as a man, because as a man, I'm a long-winded person, so I usually get the all right. You done? Are you finished? Can we have a break? And I'm like, break? What we breaking for? This ain't no basketball game. This ain't no. Let's go.
Right.
But
right.
From what I'm hearing from the women on the panel is that y'all running into a whole lot of sprinters instead of marathon running.
Because and let me tell you why. First of all, their emotional intelligence and most men, and I can say this because I've been with both men and women. My preference is women.
You had to tell the truth.
Most men, they are after the finish line.
Gotcha.
And they don't do what you need to do before you get to the finish line. So they don't do the foreplay. They don't do the workup and all that. They don't do the tease and all that. And so, yeah. So only thing they want to do is they are out for self pleasure.
Basically, masturbating with a body.
Exactly.
Because I learned something, right? Now, not talking about y'all men that been locked up, but I learned something. They said that men that spend a lot of time masturbating are very sensitive down there in their good areas, to the point where, because they've masturbated so much, that's part of the reason why they're just so quick with it, because they've masturbated so much. Some of y'all need to stop masturbating so much. I'm just gonna put that out there, because
I disagree with
that.
No. I personally
that doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
No, because I know men that will masturbate before having sex in order to keep them going.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Bust real quick. Be like, let me bust real quick before I even see her. So that when I see her, I'm good to go for the next round or whatever round.
The good men that masturbate too much, it heightens their level of sensitivity to the point where once they actually get inside some real stuff, it's just like automatic, which is then they have to then learn how to train themselves into not busting real quick. I'm just trying to.
That's just me.
So
I'm a dude. I'm a full grown man, and in my wonderful days of enjoying self-love, that never made me come quick when I was with a girl, ever. In fact, that girl was extra quick. Because
So what's my issue? Because I come quick. So what's my issue?
What?
You know what?
You good.
It does not take a whole lot from me. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just.
So question.
What's my issue? I've never been to prison. I've never, as a matter of fact, I haven't had sex in 2 years. But I will say, when I was having sex, just like that, you better catch up with me.
I mean, that might be all right
Because
too,
you
because you
multiple.
might have been hitting that spot real fast, and you was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
Did you have multiple? That's
Yes.
what I want to know.
That's the
Because if it
question.
was
Yes.
multiple,
Then
yes,
you good. Then you good.
Yes.
Enjoy the ride. Enjoy
It,
right.
the
it
fun.
ain't nothing wrong.
Ain't
That's
nothing wrong
just
with
how you're.
multiple. Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me. Can I answer that question?
Mm-mm.
You can answer it.
I gotta get permission sometimes.
What side you answering from? No, I'm just kidding.
This
Well,
one,
No.
what Rufus would say to that, his
oh,
voice changed and
sweet
everything.
Jesus, sweet Jesus.
Yo,
Oh,
damn straight.
let's see. We got men named Rufus coming out. The muzzle is on. Let Rufus roll.
But no, it's actually nothing wrong with that. That's just how your body responds
Right.
to that type of
Now,
pleasure.
let me say this. That's how your body responded because he knew exactly where to go to hit that and make you.
But it's not just it wasn't just my husband. It's just
I ain't talking about him.
since
I'm talking
I was
about,
like 18.
when I say him,
She's saying in general.
I'm saying
Right.
in general.
Okay. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Knew
You're
where
right.
to go.
Yeah, but what I'm saying from my experiences and my encounters is just the way your body responds, period. It on the level of sex, that is how your body responds.
So
Because if
I'm one of
somebody
those
tries to
people. I'm one of those people who feel there's no. I'm probably one of the few females who feels there's no such thing as bad sex because I'm gonna get mine regardless.
You better get it.
So that's just how I feel.
Hey,
Right,
and as long as you can continue to have multiples, you don't have no problems. Now, if you was a one and done person, it would present a problem for you because
I don't know now. It's been 2 years. I don't know.
I am sorry to chime in. There is a such thing as bad sex. Yes, it is.
We
Well,
know
she
that.
said for her. It is.
Not
She
in my
said
It
for
opinion.
is.
her.
She said
Listen.
for her.
We know that because let me say, okay.
There is a such thing as bad sex. Because I have had amazing sex where I have squirted. I've had sex where I came every time. And I've had sex that I'm like, what the fuck is this? I will never return here again.
Come on, Rainmaker.
But I think the guy said something about the good thing about sex is that you can always learn or you can teach a person.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's my
Let
take
me
on
ask
that.
this
You can
though.
always
Let me
teach.
ask this. Does it mean that it's bad sex if you don't get it?
It just might not be good for you.
Maybe you're not compatible. So you're right. Maybe it's not bad. You just don't work for my pussy. I don't know.
Oh.
I gotta go.
Well, look,
And I only
listen
ask that
here.
because there has been times that I did not climax, but it was great.
Yeah,
No,
and some women
yeah,
believe that too.
you
Who
can
said how
have
is
great
that
sex.
possible?
Yeah, you can have great sex without climaxing. You can have great sex and enjoy it.
I've never experienced that. I gotta come every time because I'm
Well,
gonna make you come every time.
I'm gonna shut up.
Listen.
Jamal just started through that whole thing.
Because
Listen.
I'm just saying the type of love that I provide, because this is me. Oh, baby, you're going to be completely satisfied. I'm not done until I know you don't say my name at least 4 times.
I agree.
I think what people don't understand about sex is that everybody's so busy looking for the nut. And don't get me wrong, is a beautiful thing, because I believe I'm a pleaser. Like I'm gonna make sure before I get mine, I'm gonna make sure you got
I know
yours
that's
many
right.
times over.
I know that's right.
I'm a pleaser.
Right.
But I've
Yeah.
also learned about sex that there is a fun to sex. There is I had one girlfriend who I say this was probably 2013, and she only made me come one time, and we were together for about a year and a half, 2 years. She only made me come
Oh
one time,
Jesus! Oh
but
Lord!
but it was
Wait a
fun.
minute. Wait a minute.
It
She
was
only had
fun.
you come one time. What happened?
Oh, that's a
I'm
problem,
long-winded. I'm long-winded, but
How
like I
long
said,
winded are
honey.
you?
You ain't that long winded in a whole goddamn year, baby.
let me tell you
I
something.
want to know how long winded. What is this long wind?
That's
The
really
long
possible.
the longest the longest I've ever gone was for 7 hours.
Oh,
The
What
no.
up,
the
coming? Wait a minute. Hold up,
huh?
brother. What?
Uh-huh.
I mean, right. I mean, you know.
No, yo. Let me tell you, it's the fact for me because of some of the things that I my experiences in life are a whole lot different than most.
You right,
Oh,
because
honey, you haven't had that good old wop. That's the
But
problem.
no,
let
because
me tell
I,
Nikia,
you ain't
let them
some
know
of these,
Nikia, like
you hear
I
some of
was
these other podcasts. He was in the good porn industry, and now I understand why.
Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. I see. Now I
Oh,
understand.
you
Because
understand.
I didn't
And
understand what you meant when you first said you was in the porn industry, but now that you said 7 hours, you was there. You was
I
but
totally
even in the
understand now. I
but
understand it now.
even in the industry, what most people don't know about in the industry is that you gotta pop on when they tell you,
On
okay,
cue.
hey,
On
y'all
cue.
ready?
wait a
You
minute,
ready
Jamel.
for the
You
pop
got
quiz?
videos out there? Because I'm dozy.
Huh?
Yes. What's your stage there? I want to see this.
You got
No.
videos. What is going
Those days are
on?
way gone.
I be
Way
trying
gone.
to understand.
You know, it, you know what I'm trying to say is that even without coming,
Listen here. Wait,
there's a
pause.
fun.
I'm trying to help the good listeners to find the video for the 7 hour mandingo over here. Okay.
Oh, no. It's listen. It's just a thing of it's just see in my personal life, I found it to be overwhelming to a lot of women because they like, listen, okay, we've been at it for 2 hours now. What's going on? Oh, okay, we heading on. And what happens is they start to get self-conscious because they feel like, what, I can't make you come?
Yeah, and I
What's
would
wrong
feel
with me?
self-conscious too 7 hours later. What in the world is going on?
But you know what? Again, it deals for me. I know how to go that long route, and then there's some times when a girl can get me in a good 45 minutes. But even after you got me the first one, I'm still hard and I'm still ready to go. I'm still going. So we can still do 5-6 hours. I'm
That's
just
a
gonna keep coming.
that's
And
that's
I'm not gonna lose I'm not gonna lose no strength. I'm not gonna lose it's just tricks. It's tricks that men don't know that I learned at an early age. I lost my virginity at 11 years old
I know
to
you
a
did.
prostitute who was 24 years old.
Oh.
My cousin was a pimp, and he told her, "You go in there, you give my little cousin something." And from hanging out with them, I got to learn different things. I got to learn a whole lot of stuff about sex that in my young years, grown men didn't know.
So what you're saying is if you was with a woman, y'all need to have sex on Saturday and Sunday. Cause Monday through Friday, they might not have that good because they at work.
Now, I'm just telling you, for me, it's always going to be about her being pleasured, her being okay. Did you get yours?
I'm just throwing it out there.
You know, I'm like,
Please
yo,
is a
cause me, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get mines, but I also know that even if I don't, I still know how to enjoy sex.
So
Sex
I'm
can be
curious.
enjoyable.
Let me ask Jamel this.
Come
Why
on and
did
ask
you and
them.
the girl that only got you off once break up? Was it because of that?
No, we broke up because basically she wanted to move on to something else. She wanted, she was more I think she was more polyamorous, and she She wanted more. She wanted more situations. She wanted more sticks on the fire. I didn't want no more sticks on the fire. So we came to an impasse, and it was just like, all right, you go your way, you do your thing, and me and her, we still good friends to this day. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
Yeah, because sex don't
Hello,
keep
everybody.
nobody.
I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. I'm late. She just added me to the group. Hey, first and foremost, man, Jamel, 7 hours, brother. You the man. That's all I can say, bro. I
Yo,
ain't
bro.
7 hours, bro. Come on, man.
Yo, bro.
Come on, man. Don't put it under standard, man. Where
no.
Yeah, we gotta go 7 hours, man. And you know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Don't do that to us, man.
Most women can't.
Sir, that is not a standard. That is not a standard. That is
No,
illegal.
that's abnormal. But I ain't mad at my man though for doing this thing.
Yo, I'm just like this, man. At any point, and even if it's for 30 minutes, make it enjoyable, make it good, make it unforgettable.
Always.
You know what I'm saying? And that's my thing, because you got cats who can probably go 7 hours and can't make it enjoyable, and the woman is sitting there feeling like this is horrible.
Horrible 2 minutes.
And it's like, yo, make it enjoyable. Make it enjoyable.
Okay, so what y'all be doing for 7 hours? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
yeah, I want to know.
There, of course, there's fellatio. There's different positions. There's and when you come with positions, you also end up, you can switch to role playing. You can switch to different places. Hey, we in the kitchen now. Next thing you know, we end up in the car. We out here in the parking lot. We doing all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Look, whatever is in the contract.
You understand?
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what a man can do for 7 hours. I don't even want to know what you can do for 7 hours, man.
Dre,
that hurts my feelings just listening to that, man.
Listen here, that damn Dre. You want to know? Gail over here co-signing this 7 hour shit. Listen.
Whatever is in. Listen. Listen. It is an art form. I have made every woman that I've ever slept with tap out, jump over my head, all types of stuff. Listen, it's an art form. I understand, especially when you're a pleaser.
Where's my ice?
Listen to me. I'm definitely. I'm the exact same way. I'm a pleaser. I'm a Scorpio. So it's always about the woman getting hers first, no matter what.
Yes, those Scorpios don't play around.
This ain't no game. This ain't no game. But at the same time, I am not about to go to the ER after this.
I'm not.
No, I'm an Aries.
You know I'm a Libra.
I'm a Scorpio.
So that's why. Hey, that's my man. Then we good.
Because I'm like,
we good. We understand each other. Then okay. So
another brother. Yes, sir.
My brother. Brother.
I don't know about no Scorpios, but I know about Aries, and I'm gonna make sure you get a couple nuts before I get mine.
Okay.
Listen.
But see, then it's a fight. Then it's gonna be a fight then because you gotta get yours before I get mine. There ain't no ifs, ands, buts.
Oh well, let's get the fight and get the boxing gloves out, baby, because I ain't to please.
Man, we're gonna be fighting then. It's a fight. I'm just letting you know it's a fight.
Let's go. Let's get it.
I don't know.
That's that fun. That's that fun. The fun of the competition.
It is, because every Capricorn that I know.
Yeah, Capricorn.
Yeah, we don't play no games.
Until you met a Libra.
But see, that's the thing. When you're intimate with your partner, it's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to get all the excitement impossible. You want to make sure your mate get it off, say your name, tap out. That's the best feeling in the world. Like, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but
no question.
Yeah, see, for me, I didn't even care if it was my mate. If it was just somebody I was smashing, I get in trouble. I used to get in trouble. And one of my friends was like, yo, you can't be sleeping with these women like this and turn around having them stalk you. Yeah. I would be somewhere, like, Kia can tell you. I'd be like, Kia, listen.
I'm going to get it. But if that's who you are, you can't change your style of sexing and loving. It is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, but
It is what
that's
it is.
true.
But what I'm saying is, like, still to this day, I have women texting me like, "Yo, where you at? What you doing?
I hear that.
Can I come? Can I come to your house? Like, you free? You got free time?"
Not that I'm even nowhere near the word intimidated or, you know what I'm saying, feel like I can't compete with what you're doing. But I really would like to know some of the techniques you're talking about right now. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, what's his
That sounds
name?
very interesting.
Yo, he's funny.
I'm saying
But
that sounds very
but
interesting.
but women go through that too. It's men be calling like, yo, where you been? I be where I be. Like, look.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. I mean, see, there are certain things I get a kick out of. So I get a kick out of you tapping out. I get a kick out of you jumping over my head. I get a kick out of me coming up with bruises on my arms and on my back. I get like,
all right now.
Hold on.
yeah, I get.
You are definitely in a fight. You are definitely in a fight. Bruises and punches and that's definitely a fight. That's enjoyable.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I come
Oh,
up
you
with
don't
all
like?
this
Oh, wait,
bruise.
hold up. You don't like being big and have bruises in the morning, sir?
Dre like being big.
I cannot confirm nor deny these allegations.
Wait.
But I
So
will
let's
say,
pause.
you know, like I said,
I'm not dealing with it. I'm not dealing with y'all.
Listen.
I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm not saying.
Confirm or deny.
I'm not saying that nobody is biting me or any of that. That's not what I'm saying. Let's be clear. Let's be very, very clear. I am the only one in
Suplexing,
control.
body slamming, and all that.
No one is suplexing or body slamming me. No, it don't go down that way. Now they may get body slammed if that's what they would like.
Oh yes.
Because I aim to please. So if you want to be choked and gripped up and thrown against the wall, that's not actually.
Yes, choke me. Choke me.
That's not my go-to thing. That's
so y'all bring out knives and guns and shit too.
Oh no. I want to survive for the next encounter, but I don't mind a little choke and choke.
Knuckles, that sounds very violent. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Some women are into that, but what we will pull out, we ain't pulling out knives and guns, but we're gonna pull out some hot oil.
Yes.
We're gonna play with some
ice. Let's get some ice in there. Let's get some ice in there.
Yeah, we'll play with some ice. Yeah.
This made me need a bottle of
wine.
Over
there like, what the hell is happening?
I need a whole bottle of wine.
Nikita, I'm sitting here like, somebody could just go get me some ice. Fill my cup.
No, I'm up here listening to what you're saying, Gail, or whatever, and I'm really thinking about my next physical therapy session. This is some pain. Like there's something going down off in that room.
Listen, I've came up with parts of bodies hurting, not because, understand this. So let me put this disclaimer out. I am in control in the bedroom at all times.
Oh, you want them? Okay.
Yes, I am in control at all times in the bedroom. So when I come up with all these bruises and marks, it's because she has grabbed me so hard when she was climaxing that she left bruises on my arm and on my back.
I need to really know what it is that you're doing. I need to find out what this is. And if it's enjoyable, I need to know. I really do need to know because you got me kind of really in the zone right now thinking about this right now. This is amazing. This is news to me.
It is amazing.
Y'all, I gotta go. This was fun.
Thank you, Nakata. I appreciate you, girl.
I have come back.
Okay. This after
All right,
dark
bye, y'all.
for that at this point. Oh, if I could just.
Y'all are hilarious. That's all I can say. Y'all, I've been up here watching. Y'all are hilarious, man.
If
That's all
I
I
could
can
just
say.
get some ice, it's like the refrigerator. I need to help her out.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, get that
Ice is
good
always
ice.
good. Ice is always
That
good.
good ice.
I'm over y'all. I'm
I'm
over
just saying, listen,
get my own ice. Forget this.
I'm just telling the truth. Like,
So ice is good. Okay.
ice
I'm
is
taking
good.
notes. Ice is good. Okay.
Yeah,
What about being gay?
but, huh?
What about being gay? WD-40 and
Nah,
things
we're
like
not doing,
that.
we
Did
ain't
you
doing
just
all
say
that.
WD-40?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he said.
I'm gonna fight
We
you.
ain't
I'm gonna
going.
fight you right now.
No, we have, listen, we have rules and there is a contract written up in all my encounters.
Hold on, wait,
There
hold on. You got contracts
verbal contracts. Yes, I do.
saying what? Saying what, my dear?
Saying what can be done and what cannot be done.
Oh,
I
this
have
is
strict
50
rules.
Shades of Grey.
Oh, you like 50 Shades of Grey up in this mother.
No,
Give the truth. Tell them, Gail.
You know what?
It's
You know what?
not.
Gail let it go on the
You
last
know what?
one.
Gail, I am with you. I'm gonna draw up my contract tonight. And if you don't sign that shit, you can't get this WAP.
Listen.
Listen to me. If there's gonna be contracts drawn up, Dale, like I said, I would just rather sit down and watch you. I'm glad you deal with women, mostly or whatever. I cannot deal with
He
you. I would
said
just want to sit up
mostly
and
or
watch.
whatever.
I would just like to pretty much just watch how this goes
Oh
because
But
Lord.
listen, let me tell you something. The
you
guys
make it
that
sound
Look
I
at
so
that
exciting.
Nakia, like I don't
Like
even know what to
literally.
do right now.
Kia, just let me be free just for a little bit.
Just let me be
Just let me be free just for a little bit.
I can't. I really can't right now.
Because no, I'm just being honest with y'all. The guys that I deal with, my daughter's father, me and him have not slept together. My daughter is 23 years old.
Wow.
He still tries to sleep with me.
Shut up, girl.
I am right hand to God.
That was some powerful puss. And that man was not, he can't stop thinking about it. Can't stop thinking
Gail,
about it.
Gail,
stay
can I
away
ask a
from me.
question? Can I ask the question?
Go ahead.
Can and if I'm out of line, please let me know.
We will.
Yeah, just mute my mic because I would never be disrespectful.
It's
But
after dark.
okay, fine then. It is what it is. So you said that you love to provide and you give them what they need. Do you still enjoy them doing what they do to you, or you just like to do what you do to them?
I'm gonna touch me not. They don't get to touch me.
Oh, so you just want to do what you do and they just you good.
Exactly.
Well, all right now. The church has said amen. Well,
I'm just in shock. I'm sorry. I'm just sitting over here in
I'm
shock.
shocked too. I'm like, what? Oh, but listen,
Man.
I just
Gail, I
wanted
ain't
to
fucking
know.
with you.
I just wanted to
Ever.
ask.
Gail,
I'm scared of you, Gail. I'm sorry. I am
I
literally
learn
scared.
something
I
every
ain't
time
scared of
I
nobody, but I'm
well,
scared of
I'm
you, Gail.
telling you.
Gail, if I ever get a new life, I'm looking for you.
Goodbye, man. Oh my God.
I'm not. Even in the afterlife, I'm still not. Because I will die twice. I will die
Gail, if I
twice.
get
I
a
am
new
not.
life, a lease on life, I'm coming to Philly and I'm looking for you.
Are you in Philly? I'm staying out of Philly.
I'm staying out of Philly.
Oh.
Don't
I'm
look
Nakia
just
Gail in
touching
the
saying.
her
eyes.
heart
You
and
know they say
everything.
about Prince, don't look Prince in the eyes. Don't look Gail in the eyes.
That's the one thing. I'm already avoiding eye contact with it now. I ain't even looked
Listen, I'm
at
being
it.
on. Listen,
My soul is
I'm
scared
being
right
on
now.
my.
No.
I'm being on my best behavior. I'm being on
Look,
my best behavior.
if we keep fucking around, Gail gonna have us
Man, speak for
Don't.
yourself.
Just listening to you, man, I already feel
Right.
like I already
Now-
done
now-
2 times. Just literally, I don't want this. I don't want this. Yeah. Sorry. Wait,
Yeah, my stomach hurts so bad. I just can't. I can't.
Oh God, and this is why the muzzle comes off. Oh my God.
Oh God, my
Matter of
stomach
fact,
hurts.
I don't even think I want to have sex with you anymore. Thank you. He turned me from.
Don't be like that. Don't be like
They
that.
say, yeah, I'm on the
Don't be like
sanctified
that.
life.
Man, I changed my life right now. I already changed my life right now. Man.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Oh
I'm becoming a
God.
monk. I'm gonna go study monk. I'm gonna be a monk. I don't.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Oh
There's
Lord,
still
look.
women
No,
out
I
there.
salute you. I'm literally like, no, I
Gail,
salute you.
Gail, do
Seriously.
your thing, Gail. I ain't mad.
Yes. Do your
Hey.
thing, Gail. I just want to watch. I
Yeah,
don't
so
want to
it's
be. I don't want to be a part of this.
mm-mm,
I just want to watch. That's it.
nobody can
No,
watch.
Gail said if you ain't a part of it, you can't be in it, brother.
I don't
Nobody
want to
can
be a
watch.
part of
And
it. I just
I've
want to.
had
Oh, no watching.
no
Oh,
watching. I've
man.
had people ask me to watch. No watching. That is
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
I
People
don't,
Give me a
ask you to
snippet
watch?
then.
What
of
the
course.
hell?
Oh God.
I just need to see a
Oh,
snippet then. I need to know what these
What the
no.
techniques
hell
are.
is happening in Philly?
It goes down.
That Philly
He
cheesesteak.
goes down.
Apparently.
All right.
Apparently.
Listen.
That's why you gotta have a contract. That's why you gotta know what your do's and what your
Lakia
don'ts
don't know what
is.
to say. She got her hands up. She's just like, what?
Gail got people signing waivers.
Man,
You
if I
got
had some
to. You
pearls,
got to.
I would clutch them right now.
Listen.
Somebody
Why
waiting
is
right
it?
now for Gail to get off this call. Like, are you done with this after dark? Because I'm going to need you.
Oh,
Say this. Let me say this.
She'll probably hit me up.
This
Oh,
let her hit you up. But this real talk. Gail ain't lying. Back when we used to do the good Bible study, right? That was the good Bible study. Gail would be like, no, I can't join tonight because so-and-so is coming. And I was to be like, what in the world? Jesus comes first. Gail would be like,
No, that neck comes first
hello.
before anybody else. That neck comes.
Listen, so-and-so coming. So therefore, unless you're going to speed this up, I won't be on. I used to be like, so that's how you doing? Okay. No. That's how you doing? Oh, okay.
Listen.
That was a good 2016. Okay, listen. She ain't lying. I don't be.
I'm gonna hit y'all back. My daughter gonna get in the car like, what the hell? I'm gonna hit y'all back, and she ain't gonna be feeling none of this conversation. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Gail, don't leave. I got some more questions for you, Gail. I'll be back.
This don't make no sense. We done got one here at the Good Nine. She said she's coming back in 20. I can't stand on there, none of y'all.
No, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling it from my perspective. A lot of times y'all only hear it from the perspective of men and women sleeping together. And you only hear it if you do hear about lesbian relationships, there is a certain stereotype you hear it from. Yeah, I'm just telling you from the horse's mouth how it all worked. For me,
Listen, I apologize for getting on here cracking my jokes or whatever, because it seemed like I had a good dialogue going on. And I came in here and messed up everything.
good.
I'm sorry. That's just throwing me off right now. That I could be body slammed, suplex,
Yo, I hate him.
off the top rope, you know what I'm saying, on the table, and it's a contract. And I have to take that shit.
What you mean?
But listen. No. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I am not the one that writes a contract that states that I'm body slamming and all that. That's what they want, because that's not the type of thing that I'm into. I'd rather just.
Let's say this. Gail, truthfully, is into relationships, but what she seems to get herself into is entanglements with craziness. Okay, that's what she get herself into. Gail is really into relationships, but she falls into entanglements with crazy men and a whole bunch of foolishness. And then next thing you know, people's getting body slammed and stuff, and whatever the case may be. Next broke, I don't even know, and whatever.
That's not.
I don't know what goes on. You know what I'm saying?
I don't listen. That is that
being entangled.
Listen, I don't know if y'all, because I have conversations with women around sex, because sex is not a topic that's taboo to me. And I've heard so many women say, "Oh yeah, you know, grip me up, throw me against the wall," and they
there's
like
nothing
rough.
wrong with a good grip.
Right. So they like it rough. So we gotta write it out because nothing.
A good grip is not necessarily rough.
I understand for your interpretation. Your good grip that you want is not rough, but you know me.
Good grip.
And I don't like rough. I don't like aggression, period. I can be aggressive with you, but don't you dare ever become aggressive with me.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a real hard line with me.
Well, you're a touch me not, so how can they be aggressive with you?
You know, certain women try. You know,
no, but what I'm saying is, if they understand who you are, they shouldn't, because
they shouldn't.
Yeah,
but they try. You know, one thing, because I'm a touch me not, almost every woman that I've been with has been like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," and I'll look at them and say, "You gonna get who? You're not gonna get me." So there's always this
Jamel. Oh.
Because Jamel know what I'm talking about. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's why he laughed.
I am over this. Oh.
So they think they're going to get you, and you got to keep on telling them, "Yo, keep your hands, like, you don't get what you're going to get. If you keep on touching me, you don't get anything. Keep your hands to yourself."
Oh.
So I think my biggest fear now has become being tied up and Gail steps in the room. I think I will cry. I will scream. I will do everything in the world. Gail, I am not mad at you, but I don't think I'm gonna sleep tonight. Just having nightmares about this. This is something different.
Yo, I cannot deal with any of this. Right?
Oh my God, man! Like literally, just 2 tears just ran down my eyes right now just thinking about this. This is scary.
This is why I'm always muzzled. This is why I get in trouble.
I'm gonna stay muzzled right now, so I'm continue. I'm listening. That's all I'm.
This is why I get Jamel. Now you see why I get muzzled. This is why I get muzzled.
Yo, it's cracking me up.
This is why I need ice. I'm like, where is my helper outer? In this good world of singleness, I can't even get ice around this piece. I'm over it. I can't help it. Oh my God, Nikita, you got something to say? Because
I'm listening. I'm sitting up here grinning from ear to ear like
Girl.
a contract.
Listen, don't act like y'all never heard none of these things before.
No. We ain't never hear none of this.
I have never heard any of these things. I'm not gonna even lie about it. This is new to me.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
I am not gonna lie to you.
And I ain't never signed no contract. That must be some good Craigslist type stuff that y'all got going on, where there's a contract that needs to be signed, sealed, and delivered. Listen here.
The contract is not written, it's always verbal.
Just ease me into this thing. Ease me into this, and I think I will feel much better. Y'all was
Go ahead.
hard off the top rope, like God dang, you know what I'm saying?
Dre, that's because when the time in which you see, if you would have got here at 9:05 when we first started, it would have been easy to finish. But what
Right.
happened was,
Oh, I think I would have been more scared by now. So
I
no.
thought
No,
Jamel had
no.
me at,
probably would have been.
I thought Jamel had me at 7 hours, but
Hello.
Hey,
Jesus
listen,
Christ.
Gail, there's no question. Gail, this is the second time Gail has shut this show down completely.
Man.
Listen,
Man.
I
Jamel,
So
thank you.
is there
Thank
I
you,
don't
man.
want it. Listen, I don't want you. I don't want to be seen as being the one like shutting the show down and nothing like that. I'm just telling, like,
You just
It's
telling
too
your
with
truth.
me,
late. It's too
I'm
late.
just telling the truth.
so
And
Just telling
Gail,
your truth.
let me ask you this. Is it
Okay, Nikki.
no limits to anything? They're so toe sucking and
oh, you want me to really tell you like acts of
yeah.
things?
We
I
were trying
want
to understand.
yeah.
I don't even know if I want to.
So first it depends on the particular woman. Um and if so I deal with a lot of germaphobes, which is the best thing ever. So whatever act I perform on them, it's fine because they are germaphobes. So they have like a strict set. So when I talk about the contract and strict set of rules, it's not just with sexual acts. It is actually also about how you prepare your body,
Oh my
what
God.
what you're eating. Yeah. I, and this is not the first time I've said this. Me and Kia have had conversations about me changing women's diet because your diet has to be something that is consumable for
Oh,
me.
I don't remember this part. So they can't eat asparagus. Oh, okay.
Not before, not before we're going. If we planning on getting down,
Y'all better not have no broccoli.
if we
Cabbage.
if we no, well, this is. I'll say it this way: you are what you eat.
Oh, I wasn't even expecting this.
I ain't even shit. I ain't even shit, baby.
You are what you eat.
Oh,
You are. But apparently
Listen.
I can't
I'm
eat
I'm
nothing.
I'm gonna give
So
you a
what
tip.
can
you
they
better not
Just
have
for
no
wait,
asparagus.
so what can they
wait. Just for the gentleman, if you drink beer before you sleep with a woman, your semen becomes sweet.
Oh, okay.
You said sweet?
It becomes sweet.
No, that's a new one. I never heard that. All right.
I never heard the sweet stuff.
So
But,
now y'all about to drink beer. This where we going? Now
I'm,
y'all
I'm
gonna
not a beer
drink
drinker.
beer.
I'm not a
Now
beer.
we about to be Corona and Heineken out. I don't need no. Where's Google?
hmm.
Where's Google? I ain't got this type
okay, so
time.
what should women know
Okay, somebody's background. I can't hear Nakia.
My
Look at
bad.
Dre having a beer.
I said I,
That's why I'm sipping it like that tea.
wait. I want to hear Nikita's question.
no, I want to know so what should women eat and not eat?
Strawberries.
Pineapple.
Definitely eat a whole bunch. Pineapples is always great. Mangoes always great. Those types of fruits and vegetables are always great. If you're going to have sex, within 2 hours, you don't want to eat anything like asparagus. Asparagus changes the pH balance in your body,
It does.
which will give you a certain odor that's not very welcoming. Um, so you want to stay away from those types of vegetables. But if you're going to be sleeping with somebody within 2 hours, go ahead and go consume some pineapples, some mangoes, some grapes, some things like that. It'll make you taste better.
So I got a question for you, Bill. I'm sorry about the background. I'm at a cigar lounge right now. But
Mm-hmm.
my question is, so what about like when women who don't taste like nothing. You know, like it tastes like water. Like it's just, there's no
That's a
odor,
good
there's
thing.
nothing in anything.
That's a
What are they
great
eating?
thing.
What is a good thing for women? So maybe you can educate women on this or whatever as well.
Wait, say the last portion of your question.
That something that you maybe educate women on so it don't taste, it don't smell, there's no nothing.
It's it's
It's just pure.
it's all about diet. It's all of, hold on one second.
I'm learning something today.
You know what? You in this learning.
I'm learning something now.
What are you learning?
It's something too, shoot.
No, I mean I already know about the foods and stuff with that. I didn't know if there was something additional you add to that so people can pick up on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey,
No, it's more so about how much water intake they take, and
Water.
not and not drinking a whole bunch of carbonated juices and things like that.
Sugar.
Which
Stay away from
yeah,
sugar.
yeah. It really is about diet. I promise you. And I learned this from an older lady when I was first getting into this world, this scene. She was like, "Let me school you real quick." Boom, 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 and that's how I learned. That's why on the last After Dark, when someone asked me, "Do I feel like I was violated or anything like that as far as dealing with an older woman?" No, because she schooled me, and the game that she put me up on was game that I still hold on to today. And so if you want, if you want it to be right, just make sure it's your hygiene is taken care of and they're eating the best thing that they can eat in their diet. Now, certain women have certain regimens. I could I can tell. So with one girl, her body always smelled like and sometimes tastes like the type of soap that she was wearing, that she would wash up in. This is what it is. You
You gotta
you
be
you
very
know if you
careful.
yeah, yeah, because certain things carry smells and fragrances and things like that. But if they are just naturally, water is their intake and they're not putting a whole bunch of junk in their body, it's going to taste like water. And it's not going to have a smell or odor. And then this is the other thing that people get creeped out about. All smells and all odors are not bad smells or odor.
Right. It's gonna
Okay.
have a smell. It's gonna have a natural smell. But when you
It's
have
gonna
the
have,
fishy, when you have the ammonia, when you have the foul smell,
yeah,
those are all indicators that things are going on down there, and you need to possibly go see a doctor or something. So
yeah.
anything out of
So
the ordinary like that is not good. But a vagina has a natural scent. A female should know what their scent is anyway.
Yeah, I mean I think everybody has a natural sense. Men, we have a natural sense. So
Yeah.
yeah, but some people
it's
don't
just,
know
but you know,
that.
like I said, I've been with people in the past, whatever. Who again, that's why I was asking. Who there was absolutely zero scent, there was that zero taste, there was like nothing bad, and you know, like I said, it was like, okay, this is amazing. Like, what are you doing? And I never asked. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff in the past. I never asked because I thought it was something natural that some people do now. Don't get me wrong. That I know sometimes when you get sorted with certain people or whatever, you know, it may not be done in the beginning, but then you know, something comes out and you're like, oh, something might be going on with you. So that's why I'm
And
asking, you know, like I'm saying, to kind of keep that no scent, that no smell, that no odor thing going on. Is what's drawing my attention to what you're saying right now. So
yeah, no, that is a very valid question. Um, but I think it also just comes from being in tune with your own body and know what happens with your body when you do certain things. Um, and some people don't know that, and it's a process of learning what happens with your body when you do certain things. If your pH if your pH balance is off, you may have a smell. You may taste more like salt than like water. Um, just means you have too much salt in your system, and you need to flush it out.
And then some men
About
can
that,
throw your
it
pH
can be
balance
good.
off. Some
The
men can,
semen
yeah,
can knock your pH
yeah,
balance off too.
yeah,
Having sex,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
can throw you off.
right,
So it's
yeah,
kind of something, there's nothing you really can do to avoid that. That just might
right.
be the way your body responds to it or that person.
That
But
person,
yeah.
Then it's
semen
time to switch.
definitely
Oh,
knock
sorry.
you off.
So when y'all say that, of course I know that part or whatever, but like you said, so does that mean that that female is usually, I mean, they unloading the clip, shooting up the club, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Y'all letting the guys shoot up the club to throw off your pH balance? Or what?
No, because sometimes what can actually throw off a woman's pH balance is even the condom that the man is using, right? Because at the end of the day, I think that's a lot of the misconception that men and women alike don't seem to understand. Just because your pH balance gets thrown off after having sex does not necessarily mean that the man is sleeping with multiple women, nor does it mean that the woman is sleeping with multiple men. It could also mean the fact that the condom threw her off if you use condoms. If you don't use condoms, it could also mean, okay, what soap did you use to wash your penis with? It could also
Yeah.
mean, did you even shower before you even had sex with her to ensure that you washed off your whatever, you know what I'm saying, the day with, right? Because there are certain times when you just might not even shower and y'all just might be like, okay, let's get it popping. And the next thing you know, you throw her balance all the way off.
right.
Our vaginas are very sensitive to what comes in contact with it. So I think that if people begin to view it as what has come in contact with the woman's vagina on the inside, whether it is soap, whether it is a penis, whether it is a condom that is over a penis, whether even your tongue, did you brush your tongue all day? Did you brush your tongue in the morning? Did you brush your tongue in the afternoon? Did you brush your tongue in the evening? Have you even gargled your mouth out? Because all of that can completely throw a woman's
pH
pH
balance.
balance
That's
off.
right.
Then the flip side of it is also, are you sleeping with someone else? Are you eating someone else? Are you kissing someone? I'm just saying, because all of that plays a major role in it as
Plays a
well.
part.
Because as a woman, you might not know. So you might think that you're exclusive with this dude, and this dude might think that y'all exclusive together, whatever the case may be. And he might not know that you might be like, I'm not as exclusive because I just slept with so-and-so. They don't know. Nobody really knows until something happens. I had a friend tell me because him and his kid's mother always had issues because she was constantly getting BV. And so me, in my good sense, I was like, who are you sleeping with? Oh, because I slept with so and so and so and so and so. I said, well, stop. You're throwing her off. And what people don't, what a lot of people fail to realize is that bacterial vaginosis can literally lead to infertility in a woman. If you're because that's not a yeast infection. That is a bacterial infection. It is an STI that can potentially lead to a woman becoming infertile if she continuously catches that. And people don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a problem. And the truth of the matter is that everybody needs to be very cognizant of what they are consuming or who they are consuming, whatever way you get it.
Want to put it right. Listen, that's why contracts are important.
I don't know about this damn contract shit, but what I
Yeah,
do,
I'm telling you, I'm saying that's why it's
Here we
important.
go with this contract shit again.
No, but
Here we go.
honestly, I say the word contract, but it's a verbal agreement between me and whoever the person is that I am actively sleeping with. That, one of the girls is like, when I was dealing with her, when you come in the house, I need you to do a couple of things. I need you to wash your face,
as
brush
you
your
should.
teeth, brush your teeth, and rinse your mouth out, like Kia said. Why? Because she was first of all, I deal with germaphobes like Kia, so I laugh at Kia a lot because she's a germaphobe,
I
and
am.
I just find it hilarious.
Hmm.
So I understand germaphobes where they are just like they are down to the T about a lot of things.
Don't nobody trying to
And
catch a germ.
exactly.
You be coming in from the outside. No, wash
And see,
yourself.
listen, I'm a smoker, so I smoke cigarettes.
And that's
So
bacteria. Wash your mouth out.
let me finish, child.
I ain't got time for that.
So she's like, you just got finished smoking a cigarette. I'm like, oh man. Like it was sometimes it could be a task for me if I'm ready to do what I'm ready to do, but I had to respect that woman. And so it comes down to being respecting her and what she wanted, especially if I got rules on the table that you can't do or you can do for me.
How much of a task is it to spend a good 3 minutes brushing your teeth and your tongue? See, that's what I'm talking about.
So
Mm-mm.
I'm not
Well,
sure if
you
I
know,
okay, let me ask you this, Gail. I'm not sure if I missed this point. So is this a business for you, or is this are these relations?
I'm about to fall out with.
Come on, come on, finish this
why would
question.
it? Why would this be a business? It's never a
Well,
business.
it sound like a damn business. You over here with contracts and negotiations and shit. Y'all over
You said negotiate.
here.
Listen, if you want something the right way, you get it. Listen, see, I understand. Like it's funny in how I'm saying it and everything, but if you want
But
things
it's real.
the right way, and you want to set yourself up for success, you write out what you want for real. And this comes down to
You know what,
knowing
Gail?
what you want.
I'm about to write up what I want. Y'all about to get a list. I got a
I'm just
list.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I want. I know what works for me.
I'm about to write it
And
out.
when you tired of failing in relationships, whether it's the full-fledged relationships or just somebody you just laying back chilling and kicking it with, when you tired of failing in those areas, I'm not saying, you pick your choice, you pick your poison. That's usually what I tell them. You pick your poison. Um, but you want it, whatever it is, to be success and you be happy and needs getting met, you write it out.
I ain't
This is X,
Jamaican
Y,
pretty
and
with a state. We ain't laid back, kicking it, enjoying the ride. Nope. I'm about to write some stuff out.
yeah, you write it out. You seal it with like, listen, this, and make your no's and make your yeses yes. As soon as you cross that line of maybe, maybe we, listen, that's not in my contract, and I'm not doing that. And I'm real. I'm so serious with that.
Oh, I can
But
hear it
because
in your voice. I heard it in your voice
yeah,
that you're serious about that shit. I
yeah,
understand. I truly understand. You
yeah,
have
because
enlightened me this evening. You have scared me this evening.
why have I scared you?
I don't even want to go back into it because I'm gonna get scared again. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I've heard enough, girl. I appreciate you. I really, truly do. I appreciate your insight on the things that you have said. It is very, very informative. I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna plead the fifth on everything else.
Dre said he about to get a
So what does this fall under? Sex?
Listen, it falls under everything. There's a bunch going on here. Okay, it falls under everything because depending upon how lustful you are, it can fall under that. It can fall under sex. Depending upon how loving you are, it can fall under that. Because some of this can get, listen, it can fall under this seat. All of it, but Garrett said wraps up everything. I said I had my whole listen here, y'all. I had my whole good questions. It just went like that.
I said, "Where's your notebook?" Right? Yeah.
Listen, did you see where it went? It went like that. Look, that's it. Once we hit, well, I was like, oh, we only made it to 2 good questions, and it was a wrap from there. You hear me? It was a whole good wrap. I was like, you know what? We'll forget it. Gail then brought up the contract and the body slamming and all this other extra stuff.
Come on, y'all not gonna keep.
Let's not take the light off of Jamel with his 7 hours.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Right.
That's what got me on here is the 7 hours. But you know, like I said, the 7 hours thing that was amazing, brother. That's all I can tell you.
But that 7 hours was the most I ever did. Like that wasn't an everyday occurrence.
I understand that. I listen. I can't lie. There's only been one person in my life, man, that no matter what, when I say like she could make me 8, 9 times or whatever, you know, in a day or whatever. I had never had that before. My body had never reacted to this person before. I trust me. Unicorns exist. I didn't think they existed. Unicorns do exist because I came across a unicorn years ago, but now this is this is pre-marriage or whatever. You know what I'm saying? When I ran into this unicorn, this is pre-marriage. So like I said, I understand that they happen. You know what I'm saying? Now that I'm divorced and everything, you know, it's like, okay, man, I wonder if I will ever run into a unicorn again that will make my body do exactly what they did, because I'm not gonna lie about it. It kind of set a standard. You know, like there was a standard that I was like, I had never had this before. So if it can happen again, you know, like I said, damn it, I'll be married again. I'm not gonna lie about it, because at this day I'm 43. By the way, or whatever. If that can happen again, my body can act again. Baby girl, what do you want? You know what I'm saying? I give you extra fries with this meal that you want. I don't care, because you deserve it. She deserves it. She deserves it.
You know what?
She deserves it.
My thing is, you don't always have to wait for a unicorn. Sometimes it's just, we don't explore sexuality. We don't take the time to say, well, what can we add to our repertoire? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're married and you've been married for a little bit of time, my advice would always be seek out a sex therapist, or seek out classes. They have classes where they teach about tantric sex. They teach about different forms of sex.
Tantric sex is amazing.
It will
That's what I want to learn how to do. I want that. I want that shit. I ain't gonna even lie. I want that shit, man. I done heard stories. I done seen people. Man, you got me hyped right now again, man. I'm here for all this bullshit right now. So,
and that's why, you know, when people, I'm sorry, Kim. You know, when people be like, you know, I don't believe you, I can easily get the women to prove it. But my thing is, even if I never pull up a woman, which I know I can always get a woman to prove that, and they'll come on the show and tell you themselves. But it's the whole thing of you don't even know the different forms of sex that are out there that prolong sex. You don't even know the different exercises that are out there that helps prolong sex. You know, most men don't even know men can do Kegels. Simple stuff. Simple stuff.
Hold on. Learn me something real quick. I'm listening.
Kegels is the same way it works for a woman, it works for a man. You can be sitting right there, just do your little Kegel, and it strengthens your manhood. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, simple little truths, simple little knowings. You know, it's like, yo, it's not impossible. It's like, if you're a pleaser, you're always looking for ways to please. But when you're that person who's selfish, yeah, you're trying to get yours off quick. You trying to roll over and go to sleep, but when you a pleaser, yo, that's why I'm like, yo, any woman or any man that gets themselves a pleaser, they will always have difficulty leaving that relationship, because they know it's very hard to find.
I need a pleaser, okay. Thank you.
Listen,
No,
yeah.
please.
We
Well, that's
tried
the
to
thing about
tell
it.
you that a long time
Shut
ago.
up,
I've
yeah.
always been a pleaser. That's not the issue for me. I'm
Yeah.
always a pleaser. But anything that can help raise my game up to the next level at 42 years of age, then like I said, I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? I want to learn. Because there's a
Yeah,
lot of things that I've been very sexually, I've experienced a lot of things, whatever. But at the same time, I'm always open to learn something, or whatever. So, like I said, any advice, man, y'all got for me, man, I'm here for it. Seriously.
So we're gonna do Kama Sutra. We're gonna learn Tantra,
yeah,
which is a lot with the minds and
yeah,
everything, and the actual connections and all of that stuff.
yeah,
You know what? We
Yes.
take it all for everything, so people can begin to understand. Like, it's not just about the physical act of a man entering into a woman. And I think that if we would stop viewing sex as just a
Mm-hmm.
physical act of you entering into me or me allowing you to enter in, and we begin to think of it as something that is actually more emotional, more spiritual, more
Right.
on that whole level, because when you can connect, it is like bananas.
Right.
Well, that's what I posted up in one of the comments when I was listening. I was like, y'all talking about sex. I know sex is completely different when your feelings are involved.
Yeah,
Everything is completely
I saw
different when
that
feelings
post,
are
right?
involved or whatever. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I'm being honest. For me, I'd say it for me. It is completely
It
different or
heightens
whatever.
every sense.
That's what I'm looking for, because the casual sex, that's so easy. And I made a post on my Facebook a while ago. Like I said, sex is so easy, but opening up your soul to somebody, that shit is so hard
Come
to do
on.
or whatever. So when you
That's
yeah.
do
it.
that, when you're able to do that, man, or whatever, I mean, I think everything changes. The dynamics of sex, love, all the stuff opens up and changes everything dealing with what you have. Everything.
That's getting totally naked, Dre. Totally
Yeah,
naked.
That's
all
yeah,
And
exactly
a
what I was
lot
talking about. You are completely
and
naked doing that.
Totally
a
naked.
lot of women and a lot of people, let me not say women. I'll say women because I'm speaking from my experience. A lot of women ain't ready to get totally naked. And that's why they have issues with climaxing
uh-huh.
and being comfortable in um
Vulnerable.
in the whole act, right, vulnerable in the whole act of sex. Sex is a dance, and if you master the dance, you can almost, I'm not going to say every woman, but you can almost make every woman get to their sexual peak. It may not be climaxing, but it will be their sexual peak, and
what I,
that's the art form
Oh,
that I've met.
you need to write a book and then do the audio behind it.
No, girl just need to make videos. I'm a visual. I'm a visual person. I need to know about these things so I can learn. I am here for all of this, girl. I'm trying to tell you something right now. I'm here for all of it.
But I think the key piece that y'all missed that Kia said about me is I'm a relationship person.
Me
I
too.
learned all
I
this.
am too. I am a
I
relationship
learned
person with her.
I learned all this in relationships.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
I didn't learn this in casual sex. What I did was I took what I learned in relationships and then put it in that casual sex thing and got a whole bunch of crazy women that still is hitting my phone up, even though I'm just chilling right now.
I ain't got your number. I don't want your number either.
Oh, gee.
Listen, I'm not trying to give it to you.
she sure enough ain't.
Thank you, Gail. I appreciate. That's why I love you, Gail. Already. I don't
I,
even know you, but I love you already. Just
I'm
for that.
I'm not
Yeah, like
listen,
I already got my contracts and files, honey. You ain't got to do
yeah. Look, what's in your toolbox don't work for me. It will
right.
never work for me.
It, it,
It will
it,
I will never, and I've been with a lot of men, and a lot of men have enjoyed it. But that's not my forte. That's not my I get nothing out of that.
No, I get it because I'm 100% lesbian, so I am trying to understand what it, I'm just saying I'm trying to make sure that in my lesbianism that I am doing everything that I'm supposed to do as a lesbian man.
Listen, you
I
got
just
to
want to
be
make sure.
attentive to the woman. The bottom
Always,
line to this
always.
is being attentive to the woman. And
Right, like when she said, "I want to see you," make sure you see her.
yeah, when she say that, I mean, I used to do just little stupid stuff. Like, I remember one girl, like, she be leaving my house, and I know I am who I am, and I put it down like I put it down. So just by me sticking my tongue out at her, like, she be like, really, I'm about to have a whole.
I'm over this.
The way you talking right now, I'm about to too. So do that again. Do that one more time, Gail. Do that one more time. Hey, I ain't got no sense, so you know what I'm saying. Go ahead, and do that one more time, though, for real.
Where is my life? I have lost it. It is not here. I don't even know where my life is. It done been so bad. I done had a cracker. I'm over this. I cannot. He done told
I'm
me.
just saying.
Oh my God. Yeah, we ain't never
I'm
discussed this story. I can't. Oh my God.
No, that's not. Listen, that's not fair to people like me. Y'all talk about all y'all heterosexual stuff, right?
I want you to talk about your good stuff. Go ahead, girl.
Okay, yeah, because y'all, I have to hear about it all the time about the penis and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
so,
do you use a penis?
I own 3 of them. Pick your poison.
Oh God. Hey, Nikita.
I just died. She said 3. But pick your poison.
Gail is crazy, yo.
My neck hurt. My neck is hurt right now.
She said my neck hurt.
Hey, God.
Gotta go.
So you have 3. Are they all the same sizes?
No, they are not.
Okay.
Oh.
What's the biggest one?
Oh.
Do you really want me to answer that one?
Yeah, I mean, you have one of them 14, 18,
I have
something.
a 12. Real feel 12 inch.
Okay, I'm about to get off of here now. So
This why when they turn, they don't come back. That's why, cause y'all be over here with your little good 3s and 4s, and they be like, cause I can get a 12 over there. And you next thing you know.
Listen, I take them to the store. Pick your size. Pick what you want.
I'm so I can't do this.
Hold up.
Well,
Pick
Gail,
your
you don't have to
size.
go to the store. You can come see me because I sell it. So can you come see me just a little bit?
Right. Shelby sells a bedroom.
Look, shameless plug.
You gotta support Black business.
Yeah, man.
Shelby, you sell bedroom candy, right?
Yes, I do.
I thought I saw something on a good book about that. So yeah, I mean,
I'll check it out.
How do y'all feel about that? Like when a woman, because the men are quiet, like, okay, what's happening?
Now I have never liked toys, point blank, period. So you will never see me buying not a toy or anything like that. I'm not buying nothing plastic that you can get in real life. So that's just me. Other people,
I'm not gonna even lie to you. I'm not into the toy thing either. I'm not gonna lie to you, but if like I said, if what I've done, if I put it down, you know what I'm saying, or what I at least felt that I put it down or whatever, and you felt that you needed a toy afterward or whatever, then hey, I'm there for all of it. I'll sit there, I'll do it for you, whatever. If that's what's gonna get you, because there's only so much I can take. My soul can only take so much or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But if you need more, then you need more. I can't. Everybody's sexual appetite is completely different. It's completely different. So if you need,
But we all
Yeah.
know it's not just toys for
Philly,
penetration,
Philly,
right?
Philly. I ain't dealing with
Right.
Philly. That's all
Right.
We know you have stuff that there's lube, there's clitoral
Wait.
stimulation, there's actual penetration, there's anal play. There's a lot
Right.
of stuff that it comes when it comes to toys. So it's not like I don't want men to feel like it's a replacement.
Toys.
You could actually use that to bring somebody else in the bedroom instead of bringing an actual physical person. That's something to spice up your sex life. Nipple play, anything. I might like nipple play. So it might be something that you could put on me. There's a warming massage oil candle that you could burn down and then massage the person. So it's more than just a strap-on. You know, you just have to be open-minded. Some people like it, some people don't. But it saves a lot of relationships too, especially long, sustaining ones.
Yeah.
I'm a creative at heart. Therefore, we create.
So even with that being said, and I'll ask, I'm not into this, but I'll ask you, Gail, or any other women on here or whatever. Have y'all done the pegging thing or whatever to guys?
Never.
Have y'all done
Never.
The what?
I didn't know. Pegging.
Kid, do you know what pegging is?
So the pegging is when a woman puts on a strap-on for a guy. You know what I'm saying? It's still considered. They say they still considered heterosexual section because it's still between a man and a woman. But I was just wanting to know if that's something that y'all have done, because I'm hearing more and more people are getting into that type of play or that lifestyle. So that's why I'm asking about it.
No, I'm not into that.
I'm just not gonna do it. I'm asking questions. That don't mean I'm curious. I just want to know, is that something that y'all may have done?
That's because I've never heard of it, but just envisioning myself right now doing that to a man, I feel like I would need to go to prison or something.
No, I'm not into the whole pegging. I'm not into men like that. So that wouldn't be of interest to me. However, I have friends that are transsexual, and I have different types of friends in the community. And because of the gland that gets stimulated from pegging,
the prostate, the male prostate.
Yeah, the prostate.
You better go
gland.
get your prostate checked. I ain't got time.
You know, they say that brings a whole nother level of pleasure to the male.
They did say that.
It is. It was like, I don't know if y'all heard this story or whatever. It's the dude that shot his doctor.
Yes, injected.
Or whatever, because he was doing a prostate check and he came or whatever. So he went back and shot the doctor for doing it. Or whatever, to make him come. So that's.
I was watching that I was listening to that on the Breakfast Club, and Dr. Oz was like, listen, that is common. Whenever he was like, that's part of the reason why the doctors use 2 fingers instead of 1. I was like, I can't handle none of this. But that's what he said. He said that is common.
2 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I'm gonna just get
it's the same as finding a woman's G-spot.
I mean, some folks don't know where it's at. They miss it.
Some folk do miss it.
They so busy trying to be deep, and you ain't even understand it ain't right there.
Right.
It's 2 to 2.5 inches inside the woman's.
See, and they be trying to shove all them good 8s in you and not even understanding. Just pull out a little bit, you might catch it.
But and again, that goes to show, if you're really, when you're a pleaser, you study these things. You look up these things. You look for different ways to make that happen. When I was a kid, one of my favorite people to listen to was Dr. Ruth.
Oh,
my mother would come to the room. My mother was like, but I was always looking to learn scientifically, anatomically. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what happens when I do this. What happens when I do that? Tell me, what do you feel when I do this?
7 hours stuff you was talking about. That's where the porn industry came in at. See what I'm saying?
I think
prepared you.
And you know what? It did. And my thing is this. This is my lights here. My thing is this. I learned from the industry. This is what I learned. People think in the porn industry it's just all just straight up. Everybody's loving the sex, so it's really a job. Like it's a chore. It's a chore. Because you gotta come on. You gotta come on when they ask you to come. You if you don't get your joint up and ready to go, guess what? You done lost out on money. They bringing in somebody else. The fluffers can't help you. You know what I'm saying? Then you got situations where it's like, yo, what happens when you're doing a scene with someone that y'all both hate each other? This person's breath stinks. It becomes a chore, and you still have to have the ability to perform. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what I learned from the industry is how to perform. I learned how to perform, but you don't learn intimacy from the industry. When you deal with intimacy, yo, if men would learn just how to be intimate alone, it's half the battle. And I'm talking about before you even touch a woman, call her during the day, send her flowers every once in a while. Say, hey, you know, when you see her coming up, hey, talk to her like you still trying to bag her. Oh, what's going on? Look at you, sexy. I love what I'm seeing, baby.
I agree. Yeah, sex starts in the morning. Sex starts in the morning. You leave your spouse, whatever it is, just, hey, good morning, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. I understand that. It's a long day of sex. I understand. You getting that motor running. You getting that trust me, I get that part. I definitely do get. Or you said you were in the sex industry?
Yeah, I used to. Yeah. When I was
like what part?
At what part?
Yeah, were you?
I was more along in doing lighting and some camera work, and I actually tried to do it. I actually tried to do a scene or two, but I was too long. I couldn't come on
cue.
Right. So it was no good for me. You know what I'm saying? So, but just being around them, just hanging around them, just talking with them. So, I still have friends to this day from the industry that I still talk to about, well, what do you do about this? And what do you do about that? When I have questions that's above me, I go to them. I talk to them. I ask them, you know, like, what did you do in this situation? You know, especially for them, where it becomes a situation where now you have to reacclimate yourself to civil life and not professional life. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing to do it professionally. It's another to do it personally. When in your personal life, most of these porn stars ain't looking for 12 and 15 inches and 14 and 13.
They sure not.
For a regular size.
Average.
Yep.
Average.
And because people don't understand. It's work. It's work. So some of these girls go through pain while they're doing the scene. It's work. Some of these girls get blisters because they have to keep doing the scene over and over and over, and it hurts. Some of these girls chase it's a job, and they don't get it.
Yeah,
they don't get it, and
torn labias and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, ripping the butthole.
Oh, that part I know. Yeah, I've seen a lot or whatever. And I had a homeboy that was in the industry, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Like a known guy. He quit years ago though, or whatever. Byron Long. Like I know him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying, about it. I hadn't talked with that dude in many, many moons or whatever. But like I said, I would just, I used to sit up and watch him like, man, this motherfucker, he get me. I understand these guys or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's work with what they're doing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you have, like you said earlier, before I got on, you have to be able to ready on cue. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people like, oh man, I should be a porn star or whatever. I'm like, dude, you don't understand what's going on behind the scenes or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's something, because some people, like I said, if you can't get it up, you know what I'm saying? You have to be ready at all times. You have to be ready at all times. When they say go, you got to be ready to go. So that part I did hear. I do know about that.
And you in a room full of people, hot lights on you. It's really a work environment, and it's like, yo, And I don't understand how some people are trying to learn how to have sex from porn. You can learn different positions, but even those positions aren't comfortable. And if sex isn't comfortable,
Nope,
you're
not
not
at
going to
all.
get a woman to climax. There has
Nope.
to be some comfortability in it. Now, if
Correct.
y'all just want to have some fun and try new things, then yeah, okay, let's try this, let's try that, But then you also, there's so many different things, yo. You got just do you want to engage in swinging? Do you want to engage in more than one partner? Do you want to engage in bukkakis, or like what do you what's your there's so if people understood how vast sex is, how vast there's so many different sexual things, and everything is not for everybody, because certain things can destroy a person's whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the responsibility of sex comes. And people don't think about that. They don't think about that. Like I'm like, you got all these young kids out here. Yo, I remember being 14 in a room with a bunch of dudes running trains on girls at 14. It just wasn't for me. So I was like, I'm good. I'm out. Because I always felt like all she got to do is feel like this is going to get out, and she just say I was raped.
Mm-hmm.
Truth. This sex conversation is so big, and unfortunately, in the Black community, we really don't have those conversations like that. Especially if you happen to be in church. Church, they have more sex than anybody in the world.
Sure do.
But they don't be responsible about what they do. They don't get information about what they do. They don't talk about what goes. And I'm like, so how do you expect people to, number one, enjoy sex? Number two, know what to do when it's time to have sex? Like, you leave them out there to learn out there in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that and parents not having conversations
most definitely
with their children about sex, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not that parent, but I made sure I put my child in the hands of somebody that could.
That's it, yeah, that's it.
You got to be responsible on many different levels.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm going to go back to my thing, and Keely probably going to holler, but the contract for me was so big because it made you and the other party responsible about what you were doing.
That's true. It does.
So if you go outside of what's written in my contract verbally, and I punch you in the back of your neck, you had that coming.
Right, because I told you.
Because I told you.
Yep.
And vice versa.
Physical violence you got going on. Oh my God.
Okay, but you
that's
gotta remember.
That's another different type of sex right there.
But you gotta remember.
Donkey punch shit or whatever.
But you gotta remember, we're talking about me, and I know all of y'all experiences is different. But I am a touch me not, and I stand on that. Like, don't touch me.
Right.
Don't touch me.
Mm-hmm. Don't touch me.
Yeah, like keep your hands. The most you can do is run your fingers through my hair. That is the most you can do.
Shut up, Rashida. Putting that out.
I'm getting another butter and I'm minding my business.
You better get another butter.
So yeah, that's the most you can do is you can rub your fingers through my hair, but other than that, don't touch me. Cause
I received that message and I approve.
Yeah. I mean, it's all minds. It's all natural. It feels good when you rub your fingers through it. You gonna love it.
Oh boy, I tell you.
So
my daughter said
Why are you listening to him? Tell your daughter, tell her we don't even know what we're listening to. We don't. We just listen to the point. We just
You just see her face. She don't want to be about to go upstairs.
Hey,
Yeah, you just gotta be, and
game.
like jokes. That was some of that is jokes, but some of that is real truthful, because I don't want nobody ever crossing the line. I've had people cross the line.
yeah.
I've had people cross the line.
But
Bet you
that
ain't got no more.
goes back to communication and like knowing your partner, because you should have levels of consent. Like, you know how you might say stop, but you really mean go.
Stop, go.
Like, some people don't like whatever you don't like. You gotta let that person know. I don't like that. It's a deal breaker. Don't do it. So it's
The minute
important that
you
you
say
have those
stop, it's over.
Yeah, like
Right.
It's
because
over.
I was damn near raped one time because I said no. Dude was like, he thought that meant yes. No. No means no. Yes means yes. Go means go. Stop means stop. And dude,
Stop.
I felt like you were trying to tell me to go harder. And next thing you know, no, I'm at a doctor. No, I didn't mean that. And so, go means go, stop means stop. Like, we're not gonna misconstrue words and definitions here because folk only want to hear what they want to hear. Absolutely. Because I will not be a proponent of anybody. If I say stop, that literally means stop. Don't go further. Do not pass go. Do not collect your good $200. You need to stop right where you at.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I had a situation where the gentleman that I was sleeping with at the time, he was like, "Oh, you got the good stuff." In the middle, he shifted. "Oh, you got the good stuff. I'm trying to get you pregnant," and this, and just went off the deep end, and it was holding me down. And I'm like, stop, let me go, get off of me. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. And he became really super aggressive and crazy. And so some men don't know how to control themselves when they have really good, as the kids say nowadays. When they get that good, they don't know how to control themselves. And so after that, I really had to start thinking about what my heart yeses are and what my heart nos are, and sticking to my heart yeses and my heart nos.
I'm like Gail. I'm like this.
All my heart.
The minute a man hears a woman say stop,
he should stop.
I don't care how good. I don't care if you got the golden platinum package. It don't matter. Once you say stop, I'm stopping, because I ain't going to nobody's jail for nothing.
In this day and age, hell yeah, you got to. In this day and age, man.
I know that's right.
Man, you look at somebody and you like, hey, I feel, I'm sorry, I'm closing my eyes, I'm looking off, whatever, because I ain't trying to catch no charge, man. Not over no sex, man.
None. And that's it for the night. We ain't starting it back up. It ain't none of that. It's over for the whole night. I see you
when I see you. Have a good evening.
Right.
I know. Have a good evening.
Right. For me, it was over. It was over forever for him.
Yeah, because that means he was hiding a little. He was hiding a little darkness in him. That's that dark side. That means that's that stuff he been doing that he was coming out. You've been doing that. You've been thinking about this a long time.
Yeah.
And nah, man, please. And I know.
Yes,
I know. Anybody ever tried to do that to my daughter, I'm instantly breaking every bone in your body, putting you in the trunk, and I'm taking you over there to the Italians, let them cut you up, throw you to the pigs.
Word.
I mean, and we, as since we're talking about sex and sexual health and all that, we do have to understand there is a portion of young women. The number, I believe, is 1 out of 4 women are sexually assaulted between the ages ages of 14 and 26 is the highest number, and I believe for boys is 1 and 6, right?
Truth be told, I
And
think the number is higher than that. Truth be told, I think the number is higher than that.
Oh yeah,
But
the number is always going to be
because it turned into what's reported and what's not.
What's
Right.
not reported, right? But then we have to think that there is a level of, so some of the behaviors that we see both women and men act out, sexual promiscuity is not always that the person is trying to be fast. It is a symptom of them being sexually assaulted. And let's not just use the term sexually assaulted, because we try and encompass that of everything, sexually assaulted or raped. And we got to call it what it is. Or women not being comfortable and being vulnerable, like we was talking about earlier, women not being vulnerable, and one lets you into their soul because of the sexual assault. And so we have to deal with these traumas before we can fully have a full sexual encounter that we're comfortable with.
True indeed. True indeed.
And that is really dependent upon the person, because every man or woman cannot deal with that level of trauma. So it really depends on who you are and if you're able to deal with that level of trauma, because everybody ain't able to deal with it. Everybody, and the truth of the matter, even if you are able to deal with it, everybody don't want to deal with it.
And it takes time to work through. It takes time to work through. And I'm just going to speak from my, I'm just going to speak from my personal opinion from my experience. It's an ongoing thing that you work through. It's not oh, it's been 10 years and you're not still working through that.
Right.
You don't know what triggers a person. Listen, like I put in a good book today. I was triggered all day today. Folks was triggering me all day. And if I don't personally let you in on what that trigger is, you will never know it. Period. Whoever you will never know it unless I consider.
So what were you triggered about today?
Dre.
You really want this dick? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, Here, we waiting for your response. Everybody be quiet. Here, we waiting for the response.
Don't drink no drink. Ain't nothing in that cup. Ain't nothing in that cup.
Yo, Dre, you about to
big gulps, kid. I was gonna say something else, but big gulps.
I'm just talking shit, man. I promise you, I'm just talking shit.
I was really missing, and I can't stand him. Oh,
yo,
I take my whole life.
You clutching your pearls? You clutching your pearls?
I ain't even got no pearls, but I sure enough was about to like choke. I'm like, oh, okay. Wait, what did he say?
I'm just talking a bunch of noise, man. I promise.
Listen, let noise can talk, okay? Let it talk. What you say? Let
it talk. He said don't threaten her with a good time.
What did he say? Right? Listen, this is what happens when you single. You get to listen. What you say? Hello.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
That question shut the whole board down. Like,
hello.
Yeah, because inquiring minds, we want to know what's going on. Now we get to hear.
I'm talking about what got you triggered. That's all I want to know. I just want to know what got you triggered today, you know?
All right, so I was triggered off of two things. I was triggered off of the fact I was triggered by some people and their insensitivity concerning Breonna Taylor. That shit triggered me at like 5 o'clock this morning. I was instantly aggravated by that. Another trigger was something that it literally took me like 4 hours to come down off of, and it was because of a particular situation that arose that triggered a very traumatic experience. That oftentimes people do not understand that there are certain things that you can actually say or do that could trigger a person's traumatic experience, and it has nothing to do with you, but it has everything to do with that experience. So I had to like really process through all of that shit for like 4 good hours of my time in my life until I finally calmed down from it. Gail heard all about it today. Gail and my sister heard all about it today because I was
We
really
sure did.
about, but it wasn't the person, it was the actual memory and the trauma that the experience kind of ignited, and I just had to calm down. I had to drink my coffee and just work in order for me to really, and like watch Martin in General Hospital, in order for me to like really calm down from it and just be like, okay, it's all right, it's just a trigger. You got to learn how to deal with this because everybody doesn't mean it the same way. And I think that's a big lesson in and out of itself.
Well,
However,
that was my first question to you. Did you get your coffee yet? Let's start there.
that's sure what she was like. Did you go? I was like, I just bought it.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that or whatever, because for some odd reason, anytime I've been in a long-term relationship with anybody, everybody has always had some type of traumatic experience. You know, for some odd reason, a lot of women I draw a lot of women that have been sexually, they have been done wrong. I'll just say that, you know what I'm saying? And, I've always attracted a lot of that. So I was just wanting to know whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it's my nature, you know what I'm saying? Or if it's just, hey, I met somebody who, because these numbers are high, a lot of women have been through a lot of sexual, you know what I'm saying, traumatized things or whatever in their lives or whatever. So that's what I was asking. I'm like, okay, well, what is it? Because it's a little weird for me. Like I said, literally, I hear a lot of times a lot of women are nurturers. Like, oh yeah, we nurture, this is in our nature to nurture, yada, yada. But, like I said, a lot of people don't hear about men because we nurture as well. We do a lot of it as well. So that's why I was asking, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to get all in your business. I'm just kind of wanting to know whatever, like, was it something bad or something or whatever, but I get it.
Yeah, it was bad. I was triggered. Hell, it was bad for a good 4 hours of my life. I had to calm down. It was bad. I had to drink coffee because I was working. I couldn't had nothing else. I was like, wait a minute. Now I have to sit here and drink coffee and water. And calm down at the same time and process through it at the same time and realize that it's not the person, it's the trigger. And you gotta like all. This is why I've been dealing with mental health this whole month on a good podcast, except for After Dark. We haven't, but we touch on it a little bit. But I've been dealing with that for the simple reason that it is a lot for people to deal with, especially when you're dealing with traumatic experiences and triggers. And it's imperative to understand that although someone might have triggered you, that is not their intent to do it. They might have been just operating off of something real innocent. Like what happened today, honestly, was real innocent. But in my mind, because it triggered a very traumatic experience, it resembled it too closely for me to not understand that I need to understand this part. You know what I'm saying? And I had to understand that part. And I also had to understand that everybody that might do that is not the same person that originally caused the trauma. So, it's a lot that you got to process through. But I had to I processed through it. Trust and believe.
I think the other part of that is that everybody comes into a relationship with some level of baggage. And if we expect everybody to hold on, y'all.
I have a question. My question to the women on the panel is, Gail, you back?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm back now. Sorry about that. But so everybody brings a level of traumatic experience, and you have to evaluate whether or not you're able to handle that level. And some people are, and some people are not. So that's another time that comes in with your heart yeses and heart knows. What is non-negotiable for you? And we got to be we got to be very clear with ourselves. And part of the reasons why we see a lot of these relationships like spinning out of control is because people don't know what they want, and they don't know what they need. They don't know the difference between a want and a need, and what's a desire and what's a preference. You know, certain things we put on our list of a need, which is just a preference.
Mm-hmm.
So I prefer somebody. I prefer somebody that's, you know, the way they dress. Sorry guys about my background. I'm not at home. I'm at my parents' house.
You good.
So if your preference, like my preference is a feminine woman, because I have more masculine tendencies than I do feminine ones. So to balance me out, I need a woman that's a little more feminine, you
I
know.
just need to find me
But
another lesbian. That's all I want. As a lesbian male, that's all.
but you got to know what balances you out. And so for me, I know that balances me out. Or I can deal with somebody that's versatile. I'll go for somebody that's versatile. However, my masculinity will always have to top theirs.
And level of living that.
Well, yeah, but I think that goes into play with whom you're attracted to. Like at the end of the day, if you're attracted to an apple but you keep picking oranges, something's wrong. It's who are you attracted to? You know what I'm saying? And people need to start going after who they attracted to. Like it makes absolutely no sense to keep going after something or someone that you are just absolutely not attracted to. And everybody's attraction, like you could be attracted to them, they might not be attracted to you. So you got to find that balance in between the attraction of the other person and just go for it. Like ain't nobody getting younger. We all getting older, and at the same time, it's time out for all this frivolous nonsense. Like a lot of what we go through is frivolous and it's nonsense, and it's because people refuse to, at a certain point in time, grow up. Like grow up in what you're attracted to, grow up in what you attract, grow up in every aspect of your life. Because if you are a grown ass person and you throwing temper tantrums, I am not she that is for you. Point blank, period. I don't care. Because even with the way I could have easily threw a tantrum about the fact you triggered me and you did this and you did that. And it's like, what? No. Let me process through this. And then, you know, let me figure this out, you know, because at the end of the day, it might have been something innocent for you, but for me, it was something major. So let me figure this part out. That comes with maturity and that comes with growth. And a lot of times we literally enter into relationships in a very immature state and a way of being that is just so unattractive and so ugly to the point where we sitting up here trying to figure out why didn't this work out? Well, because maybe you just needed to grow up just a little bit more to enter into what you actually want. And I think that once you actually reach that potential of yourself to where you're just like, you know what? All right. This is what I want. This is what I don't want. This is what I'm attracted to. This is what I'm not attracted to. We can move beyond all of that stuff. Like all of that stuff, we can move beyond it because a lot of this breaks down into communication. How do we communicate? What is our love language? What is our apology language? What is our personality types? We do not understand. Half the time, we start getting with people that go the complete opposite of who we are. And then we want to fall into this old adage, oh, you know, they say opposites attract. No, you dummy. That's why you stuck where you at, because you steady over here talking about opposites attract. And that might be right for some, but that just might not be right for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we have to understand. Who are we at the core of ourselves? Who am I? So that I can really begin to understand what am I really and truly attracted to? What do I draw into me? Because at the end of the day, we all let out a certain level of energy that then draws in a certain level of energy, right? So if I could say I let out this energy, and then I could say that I draw in an energy, then therefore that is I'm literally receiving what I'm drawing, period. And we don't want to be that real with ourselves to understand that we sometimes literally are receiving what we are drawing, even if he is not the best or whatever the case may be. But maybe at that point in time in which you was drawing, that's the energy that you was letting out. Now, I ain't saying some people will go completely against the energy and try and talk to you, because I know I've had a few people go against the energy, and I'm like, I know, Lord, I am not giving out this energy. So we just going to sit up here and act like they're just special and can't read. And we're going to keep it moving, right? That's just that. But other than that, we have to, we as a people have to take on a certain level of onus of what the hell is going on in our lives, period. You know what I'm saying? If you want something, go after what it is you want. One of the things that I have learned, especially this month with doing a podcast on mental health, mental wealth, are you really okay? Is to really say, what is it that I want? And be intentional about what I want and speak intentionally about what I want, and not be vague, not be unsure, not just go along because this is what, I think so and so want. No, for Nakia to say this is what Nakia wants. And if Nakia wants it, Nakia is going to have to go out there and get it, period. And I think that that's what we need to do as a whole. We got to start being intentional about what it is that we want. Stop entertaining this mess. Stop entertaining this foolishness. Stop entertaining so much drama, so much just stuff that really and truly is not even there to uplift you, and it's really there to distract, to destroy, to kill, all that stuff. And we get so consumed with all that stuff, and we got to stop that and really go after what is there to uplift us, what is there to give us strength, what is there to give us joy, what is there to give us peace, what is there to give us a sound mind. If you bring in a whole bunch of confusion into my life, I ain't got that type of time to sort out you and your confusion, okay? And those are the things that I just think that we need to really think about on such a different level when it comes to personal relationships, romantic relationships, all that stuff. We got to just elevate our minds to think differently. If you want something different than what you've experienced, you got to elevate your mind and think differently. That's where I'm at when I like this whole, I told y'all last week and the week before, this has been very heavy because it has literally weighed on me to such a point and an extent where I have literally began to examine my life. And as much as I joke, as much as I laugh, I play around, I do all of that. But the one thing that I am doing after each and every last podcast, I am literally examining myself, period. Because I'm not perfect. I'm not always right. I don't know the right things to say all the time. And I think that when we're honest enough to say that, we're honest enough to do a self-examination, period. So after every podcast that has ever come off of this platform, whether it be us talking about homosexuality, whether it be us talking about it happened in the church, whether it be us talking about what we were talking about this month, mental health, mental wealth, whether it be what we're going to be talking about next month as far as surviving post-loss or whatever the case may be, all of this stuff, I do a self-examination. Why? Because I'm not above nothing. I'm not above nothing. And I think that if we get to that point where we realize that at the end of the day, we ain't above nothing. We are not above reproach. We are not above change. We are not above any of that stuff. We will become so far ahead in what we want. And when we begin to speak intentionally about the things in which we want, and then we watch them begin to manifest, that's where I'm at with all of this stuff. Like I said, I laugh, I joke, play around. We can sit up here and talk about relationship contracts. We can sit up here and talk about all that stuff. But at the end of the day, when this gets real and you literally sitting at home and you crying and you frustrated and you're not understanding and you think you did all that you could do, none of this stuff really matters until you actually self-examine yourself. How real can I be with me? And a lot of times we suffer with the realness of ourselves. Why? Because we forever trying to put on the front. I ain't put on the front for nobody. I've been damn near single for almost 2 years now, and I'm single for a reason. And I'm single because I refuse to be in another situation where I get with any person that is going to sit up here, use me, abuse me, mistreat me, manipulate me, deceive me. None of that. I don't have time for those games with nobody, not male nor female. If I was into females, and I'm just being real, because oftentimes we front, we stunt, we do a whole bunch of stuff. We do a whole lot of talking, and that shit is not real. And I'm just being real right now, because sometimes I think that we need that level of realness. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need that, and
Yeah.
we have to stop doing all of this fronting, all of this stunting. Like, we really have to stop doing that and begin to be real with ourselves and what it is that we want, and state what we want, and be intentional about what we want, and go after what it is we want. That's that. Like, stop doing all this extra stuff, all this extra talking, all this extra, I'm just going to do, man, listen, that stuff is for the birds. And I'm being real. That stuff is really for the birds. If you want something, you want someone, go after that with your whole heart, and stop entertaining half of these little, sometimes if we stop entertaining what is coming in our inbox, we'll begin to meet what is real. Because some of the stuff that comes in them inboxes is not real. They're not real. And that goes for men and women. It's not real. Mm-hmm. People sit up here and play games all day long. Yeah. Oh, so-and-so said this, so-and-so. Man, listen, what you want?
Setups.
Hello, what you want? What you want? Because I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're trying to get out of me. What is it that you want? Like, for real. Come on. I had some dude asking me for sexy pictures. Well, what sexy pictures you talking about? Which ones you referring to, sir? Let me help you out real quick. Which ones? You referring to ones because I'm going out, me and my friends, or you referring to lingerie? Because either way, you're not getting none of them. But I'm trying to figure out which ones you want. Like, we got to stop. And that's the problem that we seem to face, that we don't necessarily want to deal with on an open level or on an open forum. These folks, they keep, and listen, men get it too, okay? You get a woman that approach you, be like, oh, so what? So I'm saying, though, what your shoe size is? You be like, really? So we still on that? Mm-hmm. Like, we ain't elevated from that yet? Like, that the first thing that you want to think about is that, how tall am I? How is this? How is that? What job I have? This, that, and the third. Why don't you start off with hello and see if I'm even interested in your hello? Am I even interested in your hello? Because the way in which you say hello to me is going to grab my attention, whichever way. And I'm very big on that, right? So someone that might say hello to me, you might not say just, hey, how you doing? Never mind, I ain't talking to you. You're dry and you're not even engaging in a conversation at this point. But another person that might say, you know what, Queen, I see you. And I want you to know I see you. That's different. You understand what I'm saying? That's a different level, right? Because now you're giving something more, because now you're causing me to think, because now I know what you're saying is not just that you see me, but you're saying something different. That's different. That's where we should be at. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times we stay on this frivolous level of nonsense that really and truly don't mean nothing. Like, come on. You ain't taking me to no damn Olive Garden. And I said what I said. Get mad?
You going to the Olive Garden. We going to the Olive Garden next week.
The hell I am. Taking me to Olive Garden.
We going next week. Come on, we going.
So listen, I have a question for all the women on the panel. And this is a serious question because I asked my nieces this question, and I asked my sometimes I ask some of my ex-girlfriends the question as well. At what age did you notice that men were looking at you sexually?
You really want to know the age?
Yeah.
I promise you, I was 8 years old. I was 8 years old, and the reason why I remember this so vividly, because I used to go to the after-school program in the city, and they used to always feel on my butt.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy, and that's like they almost got stabbed, and then they wanted to kick me out the after school program. But I was 8 years
I
old.
think I'm a like Kia. I realized it at a very early age. I have a very thick build, and
She looked up like you about to swing on somebody.
I was like, who?
I'm sorry, my phone had died, y'all, or whatever. So that's why I'm in and out. So
I'm
I ain't
sorry
catch
about
nothing of
that.
whatever y'all talking about, but I'm listening.
I'm so I'm sorry about that. I am not at home. I'm at my parents' house for
No
a
doubt.
reason. Um, so for me, I have a very thick build. And even to this day, I think me and Kia just had this conversation about how men and even women, it's not just men, even women, when they see me, the first thing they see is my backside. And it's a whole conversation about how thick you are and your backside, and it's a turnoff. And I think I realized that at about 9, 10 years old, that that was the first thing that they was looking at. And I was like, and even now it makes me uncomfortable. Like you can compliment me on anything. Don't compliment me on my backside. Just don't do that.
Right.
Just it's a turn off. It is. You don't want to be looked at as sexualized.
Right. Objectified.
Yeah, like everything, but because TV and social media and all that out there is showing you like that, it's like really, really hard for some people not to look at women or men that way because for guys it's sweat like fall, it's sweatpants season, yeah, you know,
And that's another
that's the
thing. I am not a piece of meat. Okay? I'm not a piece of meat. So stop
Right.
looking at the D. Stop
Yeah.
it.
Don't wear them gray sweatpants.
No, I can wear the gray. See, now you're telling me what I can and cannot wear. See what I'm talking about?
That double standard. That double standard.
I'm objectified. You know what I'm saying?
You sure
Yeah.
in them gray sweatpants?
And
That's, man, I'm throwing all my gray sweatpants. I'm black. Black sweat.
Definitely.
Y'all ain't saying nothing.
yo, it's crazy. It's crazy to know that not just and y'all said it, not just women anymore, but these young boys are getting objectified too because these young boys they look like grown men.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got more teachers, more women teachers screwing the young boys in the school. And
Yeah, I
these,
was on a podcast about that.
yeah, it's just so crazy. It's so crazy because when you really begin to realize that this whole American culture is a rape culture. It's a rape culture. It's a culture of molestation. It's a culture of it's it's just a culture of straight up, when you realize in California they have legalized or they've allowed uh pedophiles to be added to the LGBTQ plus community. I'm like, this whole country, yeah, unfortunately, I'm like, it's not Donald Trump's fault, but it revealed it allowed everything to come to the surface that was horrible about what's going on in this country, whether it be sexual or not. And I'm like, this I've we have literally been set back 50, 60 years.
it showed what was in it showed what was in
Yep.
their hearts. That's what it
Yep.
did. And I said that when he first got elected, and everybody was like, "Oh, um, God put him in office, this, that, and that." I said, no.
Where they got the good Lord out of order that, but okay.
I know. I said, but if God, I'm not saying that he did, but if he chose to put him in office, it was only to reveal what
Well,
was in the hearts
right.
of people
Yeah.
and expose us for who we really are. Make America great. America was only called great because we called our own self great. How
Right.
selfish is that? No other country called us great. We called ourselves that.
Right.
We're this great nation, the land of the brave and the home of the free. And nothing about this being here is free.
But the truth of the matter is, even with all of that, right?
Yes.
Sex, love, lies, lust. This ain't got nothing to do with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump ain't about to run this over here with the sex, love, lies, lust, because Lord knows he doesn't. He is not the example of anything that is great or anything that is wonderful. But as it pertains to how we relate with each other and how we truly get down with each other, how a lot of this this entire conversation started was with the question: number one, online dating; number two, women and men in their DMs; number three, are you yet and still single if you're within the confines of a committed relationship, right? Number four, can you be in a relationship with a person that you are not necessarily sexually attracted to? And that is kind of like where we ended up with all of this, with everything that came in between. I can't end it with Donald Trump because of this. There's just too much that triggers a lot of other emotions in there with
right.
the current climate. And this is not the time for that with regards to what is actually going on with him. So how I would like to possibly end this and begin it at the same time, since we talked about all of that. I just want to ask somebody, anybody, is it all right? Do y'all think it's okay to have sex before marriage? And let's sound off on that.
It's natural. It's natural. Your body automatically tells you when you're ready for sex.
Mm-hmm.
Your body lets you know. God, it is God ordained. And this is what I try to get people to realize. Number one, when they kick all of this no having sex before marriage thing, first of all, the church is the first place where everybody ain't having sex, but everybody getting pregnant. Secondly, secondly, God and nature are one. God that there is a natural order because it's how He made it. God made it that way. God specifically put in our bodies a timer, when each of us know our bodies are ready for sex. Now the question is, will you be there to teach your children the responsibility behind it? Will you teach them how to make responsible choices? Hey, maybe I know what you're feeling, but maybe you're not ready to engage in all of those feelings yet. I know your body's telling you that you're ready for such and such, but do you know there are rules? There are a whole lot of rules to what happens with this. Let me talk to you about it. Let me bring you to someone who may know a little, even if they don't know what to say. Let me bring you to someone who knows a little more than I do, and I'll sit there with you and we'll go through it together. When people try to kick that, the Bible says that you shouldn't have sex until you marry. They don't even realize that sex is the marriage.
I mean, technically, according to the good word, it is.
It without the consummation, there is no marriage. And I'm like, these are simple truths that we throw away because we want to try to act like we living better than the next man. But in all reality, you over here knocking them down, bruh. You over here knocking them down, sis. and then getting up preaching that you shouldn't be doing this.
All day.
When you over there and you getting more ahead than come on, stop it. Stop it. You over here screwing the members in your church, you screwing the members on your job. It's like, just be I think, and I want to finish, I think the biggest problem is we don't want to be honest about how time affects scriptural text.
Yeah.
As time goes on, there are truths that are unlocked that was not known to a previous generation or to a previous time period. And you have that truth. You have that truth. What are you going to do with it? You can't sit here and tell me that you some people can do it. Some people have done it. I know some people who have not had sex until they were married, and kudos to them. But at the end of the day, that can't be the rule across the board. The rule across the board should be sexual responsibility.
I agree with sexual responsibility. I will not be one to tell people that they should not have sex prior to marriage. I have seen a lot of things that have taken place within people medically that has proven that they should not, right? Because there are a lot of other issues that can arise with that level of abstaining or that level of virginity, because you can actually stunt a lot of things that's supposed to be natural within your body. And we don't want to deal with that aspect of it because we always want to deal with the spiritual aspect of it and not deal with the total man and the total body of it for a woman as well. I know for myself that a lot of times infertility can happen in women due to a lot of that, right? And the same thing can happen in men, and it can cause low sperm count, And I think that we just need to really be real with a lot of this stuff and stop trying to throw the Bible and scripture on things that really and truly are not necessarily biblical.
Right.
We like to throw around here what Paul said, but Paul said it, not the Lord. So I think there's a big difference between what Paul say and what God say. But we ain't here to talk about that either. But at the end of the day, I think that it is imperative for study purposes if we truly focus on what was actually said and not the interpretation of it based on what someone is saying, that how they felt that it was interpreted. But I also think that, just like I said, in the natural sense of it, there are so many things that are naturally tied to and designed to sex. As far as your hormones are concerned, you need to release some things. Folks running around here crazy because they not releasing, and some folks just need to release and let it go. You know what I'm saying?
Have a good one.
A real good one, and a real good one outside of masturbation. Why? Because there is something else that is released when you are literally enjoying
another person
relations. You know what I'm saying? And we don't want to deal with what is actually released. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what all these good chemicals are called, but there's a whole lot of them that get released. Okay, a whole lot of them that just exude through across your body. Women, we stop breaking out and having pimples all on our chins and stuff. We begin to not have them excess hairs growing where we got to get mustaches and beards and stuff like that waxed off. I mean, there's some of y'all that just have a natural affinity to grow a beard. That's perfectly fine. You just gotta get it. Paralysis will work for you, but there are some things that where sex is really it's a good thing, and I think that we need to examine it. I don't know if anybody else got something to say about sex before marriage before we end this, because we've been on here for 5 hours.
I mean, I'm agreeing with what Reverend Jamel's saying over here. Like I said, if you can send me your Cash App, sir, I wouldn't mind sending my tithe into you or whatnot. But I'm gonna speak for myself or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in a very religious household or whatever, so there was always taught against and whatnot. It wasn't until I got older, when I stepped away from religion, when I got out of the whole religious beliefs system and all that stuff, and began to certain things on my own or whatever, is when I began to see a lot of things for what it really truly was or whatever. Because as mentioned before, like my man said, you still got, it started out. Who was it? Kenneth Copeland, I think, was the first one. I think that was doing something that he wasn't supposed to be doing, or whatnot. And then, like I said, now you're seeing more and more to it because what's the name? The dude that he just did it again because it was controversial a
John
couple years ago
Gray.
where he bought his
Well,
yeah,
John Gordon, yeah.
where he what I'm saying, he bought his wife the Lambo truck and all this stuff with all this stuff. But now he's out, he's still doing his stuff or whatever. So this is why I don't follow religion, that belief
Mhm.
system anymore, or whatever. And I know a lot of people are religious about, the sexual part of it and all this stuff. Oh, well, he'll be forgiven. All you gotta do is repent, so on and so on. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? You know good and well you know right from wrong or whatever. You know what I'm saying? What you shouldn't be doing. So you don't have to follow a religion to believe that or whatever. So in the sense now we're getting back to the sexual part. I don't want to change the subject or whatever, but you get back to the sexual part of it. Sex is a natural thing. It happens or whatever. Some people are super, super promiscuous. Some people are not promiscuous or whatever. They take their time about it and they hold on to their beliefs and so on. So I believe as an adult, you should know when you are ready, like y'all said, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You got pheromones and endorphins that are released, all this stuff, or whatever. It's a natural thing. So yes, I believe that you should because you hear about horror stories or whatever about people who waited until they were married, and then once they got married, like, what is this? This is not what I waited for. This is not what I wanted. I need more than this or whatever. But like I said, that you holding on to a belief that you shouldn't have sex before marriage because you're afraid to you're frowned upon or whatever. You're judged for having sex or whatever. You gotta let that stuff go or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And go ahead and explore yourself. You got to get to know yourself. How am I gonna get to know your body if you don't even know your body?
You
You know what
don't
I'm
even
saying?
know it.
It's kind of a thing. You don't even know your body. So how can I get to know your body? You know what I'm saying? In a sense or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I would like to deal with somebody who definitely knows their body, and I can add to that. You know what I'm saying? I can help release, or help you, you know what I'm saying, explore certain things you didn't even know about your body because at the same time as I'm learning with you, I'm also learning my body as well. What can I do to help please your body long term?
Right.
So yes, absolutely. Have sex before, man, fuck. I'm sorry. I know that I don't know if this is a religious
You
panel
go
or
ahead.
whatever, you know what I'm
We
saying? Fuck
free.
all you
I'm not
want.
a Scorpio.
Nut, do it. It's all Scorpio talk right now. You know what I'm saying? So release.
Man.
Get your nuts in, whatever you gotta understand, because at the same time, you definitely want to please your partner. Be cautious about it because the only issue that I see with having sex before marriage, especially if you're having a lot of sex, is the problem when you get with somebody and let's say sex is good or whatever, your mind starts to wander back like, dang, I remember when this person though, he did, you start kind of comparing what your previous sexual experiences to what you currently
Mm-hmm.
have right now, and sometimes it can be a problem down the line or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So just be cautious about what you're doing when you are having sex or how many partners you have or whatever, because that's the one thing you like. Now, I ain't gonna say everybody's done it, but you know what I'm saying. But when you are having sex with somebody, and they're not really all that, they're not pleasing you to a sense, you kind of start thinking while you in the act of that person who made you do something or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of start like, dang, you know what I'm saying? That Holly Berry, you know what I'm saying? This he did,
Janet
it's going to
Jackson.
help you. Yeah, you got to start fantasizing about other stuff. So you just be cautious, man. Do it in moderation. You know what I'm saying? And before you start doing stuff, but if you just somebody who's super promiscuous, look, I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? If you can handle and settle down after that, you can do it or whatever.
I
Have
think
sex, man. Have just
I
look,
believe in sex
my
before
Charlie
marriage.
Murphy. Just have sex. Just do it. I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead though. I'll let everybody else.
I believe in it.
yeah,
Period.
yeah, me too. I just believe in having sex responsibly,
Right.
and taking ownership, um, and being accountable. And ownership and accountability is not many words you hear often when you start talking about sex. But if you're going to do it responsibly, take ownership in what you're doing, um, and be accountable to the partner or partners that you are having, um, then go ahead on and handle your business. But if you're immature and you're not able to handle it, don't get into something that you're not able to handle.
Right.
Period. And that's across the board. That's whether you male, female, straight, gay. It
Yep.
doesn't even matter. You just got to be responsible, be accountable, um, and be responsible. It's no other way to put it. And contracts are real. I'm gonna keep on saying it.
You need to
Contract,
oh my God.
We need to have a segment
con,
about contract. I need
Yeah,
to know about
right.
these contracts still.
Contracts
contracts is
matter.
real. Contracts matter. They do because they
Shelby,
keep
don't
you
co-sign this.
because they keep you accountable. They keep you responsible about what you're doing. And that's why I keep on saying it, because we go into having sex. We 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 lead with our genitals first instead of leading with our head.
Well, I
And,
do
and,
lead
and
with
now
the
well, you got two of them.
head.
You,
Let
you
me shut
got two
up. I'm
of
just
them.
talking shit. I probably just talking
We listen. I'm here for a good shit talk.
I
Um,
know that's right.
yeah, I'm here for it. But and have one way to be responsible is you have to have the conversation prior to you entering into the act. If you wait until entering into the act to have the conversation about what you like and what you don't like, you know, then you probably are not going to have a very good experience. Have the conversation prior to. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. If you don't want a written contract or a verbal contract, you should at least be having a conversation.
To me, you
Okay.
have to, because I need to know your level of freakiness before I get involved. Like, I need to know what my limits are, what your limits are, or whatever. I need to know all of that.
Yeah.
Come through limits.
Yeah, I take people down a very slippery slope. I really do. I take them
I
down the
want to know
slippery slope.
everything.
That slippery
Yeah.
I want to
slope,
know what
huh?
your
Look,
fantasies are, what's on your
you see
bucket
my face.
list, what's
I'm
on
like,
your whatever. I want to know everything.
what they slipping and sliding. What is going on here?
Oh yeah. I
I mean
take
that
them down
thing
the
wet. That thing. Oh, my bad. Y'all
the
Look,
wet.
never mind.
look. I'm
Yeah.
sitting up here like, what? They slipping and sliding. What is going on?
my
Yeah.
mind my
But
mind is somewhere else. So
listen here. We always there because I was like, what? It slipped and
yeah, you
slide.
take yeah, I start the conversation probably about 3 conversations into me getting to know somebody. We starting to have that sex conversation. I need to see what all you can handle.
after one conversation with you, I know what I can't handle. So
And what is that? And D-Ray,
you,
what is that?
you,
Trey is stupid.
I cannot handle you.
What does that mean though? Tell me what that means.
That
Oh,
I can't handle you?
Yeah, tell me what that
Gail,
means.
listen to me. After listening to this conversation and listening to you talk all night about this thing or whatever, you have enlightened me. You have opened up my eyes to things that I didn't know people enjoy, people liked, etc. And I'm not saying that
Really?
I'm not gonna say that I don't like because I've never experienced. But I guess from the way that you're talking and your experience or whatever, I need to know what what the fuck it is that I'm getting into when I'm gonna deal with you because I have to know that I have to be prepared for this. You can't just rush me into this. It's like, okay, Gail, what are we doing? I need to Gail, take your time. Gail, slow down. Gail, Gail,
Listen,
you gotta work with me on
fortune,
this, Gail.
fortunately, I Key doesn't like this term that I use, but I call myself the ultimate gentleman.
oh God.
I'm a
I
gentleman
am
too,
the
but
I'm
damn
the
it, Gail,
ultimate gentleman.
you
I'm the
making me
ultimate
making me
gentleman.
test my gangster and my gentlemanism You know what I'm saying right now because
Gentlemanism. Yes,
my
sir.
gentlemanism. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
You like
sir.
I'm like, look, I thought I was kind of the aggressor, but the man, listen,
But I'm not
man,
aggressive. Kia,
no,
will you tell
it
him
ain't
I'm?
even my bad. Maybe aggressive is the wrong word or whatever, but the way that you are talking right now, you literally are making me like sit back like, damn, what the fuck have I been doing wrong my entire life or whatever? Because to hear you say these things or whatever and what women like, I've never been into that. You know what I'm saying? And if this is what is the new thing was, because I'm just fresh out of a divorce back in January. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, if this
Mm-hmm.
is what's new and this is what I got a long way to go to catch up to where you are in your experience and whatnot. I just need to see video tutorials of how what it is the fuck that you be doing, so I can take these back to the lab, write down my notes, and utilize these when I'm in the act again. Because you have enlightened me, sister, girlfriend, honey, child. Right
Come
on. I'm
on
just letting you
here.
know that right now. You
The
have enlightened
enlightenment.
me.
Well, I am glad that I'm able to enlighten you. I've heard this. The funny thing is, I've heard this many of times from women who say, "Oh, you need to give a class on just teaching men how to be in relationships with women." And because I always get the thing of, "Oh, you're not real," because the way I show up and I present myself. And I'm 100% everything that I say that I am. Like I am that. But because women have not encountered that, it's really hard to believe. And so when I'm having these types of conversations and dialogues with women, um, I get that same whatchamacallit. But I just give women what they ask. If you ask for it and it's in my ability to give it, if you're a person that likes to be choked, there are some women that like, to feel a little pressure around their neck.
A little.
That's what like I said, I'm new to this. I am like literally when I separated, I ended up having an encounter with somebody and they asked me to choke them. This is back in 2018. They asked me to choke. I'm like, I've heard the video or heard people talk about the choking. I didn't know what I was doing. So I'm learning these things or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Mhm.
I'm good. Nakia,
Mhm.
Nakia, stop, stop, because you're messaging me and talking shit.
Sure
So
am.
that's you're already talking shit right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Definitely.
learning these things. I want to be able to do it, and I want to be able to do it right. You know what I'm
You
saying?
better
So
do
if
it right. You want to
so
do a video? Gail.
well, it's not even a video. It's me because I can watch a video, but it's about the right pressure that's going to get. Because
It
my
depends
thing, like
on.
I said, I'm a pleaser. I want to make sure I put the right amount of pressure on you that's going to give you the ultimate satisfaction, the ultimate
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the
orgasm. That's what
easy.
I'm looking
I'm
at.
gonna tell you the easiest way to do it. I'm glad Rashida.
Person.
Yeah, it goes for the person, but I'm glad Rashida is asleep. So I'm gonna tell you the best way to do it. So when you apply the pressure to their neck, just whisper in their ear, is that enough?
I'm hanging
You
up.
need more?
It's time to go.
So, but that's what I'm saying though. Is it a certain grip like around the lower neck?
It's
Or is it
usually that.
is the
It
pressure? I don't.
depends on them. It depends on them. It depends on what they like.
All right, I gotta
And
learn
they
this
will
shit.
tell.
Hey, be
Listen,
careful, man. Don't be out here committing no murders.
That's what
yeah,
I'm
don't
scared of.
don't do
That's
that.
the part that I'm afraid of because I'm gonna choke. Like, is that strong enough? No,
You
you're about to
always start
die.
with light.
You know what I'm saying?
Look. You always start with light pressure. You always start with light pressure. And as you ask them, do you want more? They'll tell you when the pressure is just right. They'll verbally tell you, their body will
Their
tell
body
you.
will tell you.
You
There is a response for the right pressure.
Oh,
for the right pressure.
I've learned a little bit. So, like I say, you are enlightening me even more. So,
Yeah.
okay. Look,
Yes.
We can talk about this offline at another time. I get it. I don't want to prolong this.
I really want y'all to, because this is just great.
You just want me to choke your ass. That's what you doing.
Yeah.
Kia, I'll make sure I give him all the keys and pointers. You'll have an
Listen,
excellent time.
Hello. That's what I'm saying. Somebody enlightened.
Man, if y'all can see the messages, man, let me shut up. I'm gonna shut up, man.
I'm a sucker for love. I'm all for a good love connection now. Or a good bump and grind session, whatever you want. So y'all decide.
Shelby over there, like, cause up this good speed dating shit. Let's get it popping. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely trying to get my speed dating on.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Anybody want to join?
Nah, I'm good.
I'll send y'all an invitation.
Speed dating.
Yeah, you don't want to join?
I've never speed dated. I don't know anything.
How many women you gonna have that's gay?
Here we are.
I'm having multiple ones.
Here we are.
So I can create one for you now. I said I'm gonna have multiple sessions. So I can create one for you.
She ain't gonna be in one with a man. So hey, I mean, listen.
I can't keep on coming at my neck.
I ain't coming at your neck. I'm coming at the truth. The truth is, what you gonna do? You and him gonna talk about the same stuff. That ain't gonna
Listen,
work.
I told my daughter one day when your dad come over,
oh God,
me and him gonna sit on the bed in our boxes and play video games. That's it.
Where am I? Oh my God.
That's it. That's all that's gonna happen. Is we're gonna sit on the bed and we're gonna play video games like we did when we was 14 years old, 13 years old.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Listen,
I ain't playing
Titty pop out though, it's on. I'm sorry. If titty pop out, I got
it. Not happening.
I'm gonna play.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm just talking shit. I promise you, I'm just
not
talking
happening.
shit.
Not happening. I've been there, done that, and I did it very well. And I don't want to go back to it.
I take your word for it. I take everything you saying is
I
true.
hate
So,
oh my God.
I take everything you say.
But I'll make sure I give you some pointers so you can turn Kia out.
How did this get flipped? Ain't nothing in my cup.
You ain't got nothing to sip on.
Where they at? Where my pearls at? Let me clutch them real quick.
Yeah, just start sucking on that ice. Good practice.
Come back here. You know what?
Yo, Gail is crazy.
This why y'all be starting, okay?
Gail is crazy.
I just be over here minding my whole good business. I ain't got not a helper out up in here. I can't get no ice. I can't get it.
Listen, we trying to help you.
Yeah.
We is helping you.
Helping me in my singleness.
Yes. Yes, we is helping you.
Help her in her singleness, okay?
Y'all hilarious.
Let's see here. Somebody can come pack a box up in this piece. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Got me up here.
Dean be over there and he'll be happy to help pack a box.
Oh, you just made him D and everything, huh?
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I had to.
Really? Thank you, Gail. Appreciate
He
you.
gonna be my new best friend.
My bad.
Gail is like
Wakanda forever. That's what I'm saying.
You might not going to admit you.
I am going to help. I'm going to be the help.
for these last 2-3 weeks, Gail been really helping y'all good men out, and I hope the men look. I hope the men folk paying attention. Gail been helping out the men for these last 2-3 weeks. She been really helping y'all. Y'all better start paying attention to Gail. What Gail got to
If they got good sense, they better listen to what's coming through this line.
I'm listening to everything. I'm a sponge right now. Gail, you teaching me some shit. I like literally, I am not lying. I would be the dude back in the day, like, man, look, ain't no woman can't do what a man can do, can't play. Shit. I'm listening to everything you saying. I renege. I renege on that. You know what I'm saying? You got it. You got it. I ain't gonna even lie, you got it.
I bet it.
You learn over the years, and you just put what you learned to use. And like I said, older women taught me very, very well. Very well.
We all right, older women.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
She just reminiscing. Right. I don't, you know what? I can't with that. All right, let me tell y'all something. This is why, you know what? Okay. But this is why the muzzle came off, because we got to have real conversations about real things, about real situations with real people. And all y'all was real. Everybody that came on tonight was real. Wasn't nobody trying to put on ears for nobody, which I appreciate. I love it. Because if we're going to talk about it, we're going to talk about it and be real about it. Point blank with the good period, the end. So I'm just going to encourage everybody, follow the Muzzles Off podcast on all major podcast sites, Apple, Google, Spotify, all that good stuff. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, everything like that, because we're doing some real big things, I think. And we bring in real conversations with real people to the real people that is actually listening to us. So everybody, I'd like to thank y'all for keeping it all the way funky, keeping it all the way real, keeping it all the way y'all. This was really good. This was really appreciated, all of that. Because I think that it's important, like I said, that people begin to recognize the realness in each and every last one of us. And we all bring our own experience. We bring our own twist to everything. And we bring what it is that we can actually give back to other people. So thank y'all. I really appreciate y'all. Thank everybody for listening, for watching, all that stuff. Some of these people have been on for this full time, and I really thank y'all for rocking out with us for all the hours, because we got on here at 9 and it is like 1 a.m. and we just now getting off. So I appreciate everybody. Y'all have a good night. And until we do the after dark again, but just know that we still going to talk sex, love, lust, and lies. It's the Muzzles Off After Dark. Good night, y'all.
100.